Father, we ask all of this in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Andy. That was lovely. And yeah, Sue's doing it a bit tough at the moment in hospital, and yeah, so we thank you for offering prayers for Sue. So now we're moving on to recognition of traditional owners. I'd ask Councillor Heath Sander to recognise our traditional owners. Thank you.
I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners on the land on which we meet today, the Waka Waka people, and pass our respects to elders, current elders, emerging, and past, present and emerging elders.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. So now we're moving on to declaration of interest. Do any of the councillors have a declaration of interest?
Sorry, yes, I do. I have a, oh, okay. So I, Councillor Linda Little, inform the meeting that I have declarable conflict of interest in relation to item 10.2 in-kind support Bacon Fest 2024. Declarable conflict of interest arises because I am on the Bacon Fest committee. I propose to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you, Councillor Little. Councillor Erkins.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. I, Councillor Jane Erkins, inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item 11.8, quote, SBRCQ 2023-24 15, replace grader 1509. This declarable conflict of interest arises due to a family member being an employee of council. I propose to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Councillor Sander.
I, Heath Sander, inform this meeting that I have prescribed conflict of interest in relation to item 11.8. The contractual arrangements entered into over 200,000, and this declarable conflict of interest arises because I also sit on that list of contracts with council, with my wife managing the Badocki Peterson and Boondooma dams. I propose to leave and stay away from the place of this meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted on.
So that was item 11.9, and then I think that you had an additional one.
I also inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item 11.8, quote, SBRC 2023-24/15, replace grader 1509. This declarable conflict of interest arises due to a family member being employed by council. I propose to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you, Councillor Sander.
I don't believe that Councillor Sander does have a conflict there. I believe my conflict was because my son was on the selection panel, but I've never had to leave before when we're discussing machinery. So just to get that clarified.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. I'll ask CEO Mark to clarify that.
Thanks, Councillor. We will need to check for these, but given it's both family members operate graders, and the Department of Local Government guidelines for close associate now states spouse, partner, child, or sibling. And so they both operate that machine, or those type of machinery, and they're both in that section. So we will seek further clarification, but I think given caution is probably wise in these circumstances until we seek further clarification. Yours is a different conflict, but Councillor Sanders has a sibling that operates similar machines.
Yeah, I would definitely like clarification on that, because there are many things that staff, we have staff members employed, and I feel if it was to do, it would impact on our decisions and the ability to make decisions if it's that broad. So just if it can be checked.
Yep, thanks, Mayor, and through you. But yeah, certainly. But in circumstances, if in doubt, hop out is always the best circumstance until clarified otherwise.
Thank you, Councillor Little.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, okay. So what I think Councillor Erkins is indicating is because it's a prescribed, not a declarable. Is that correct? That that way the councillors can decide. Is no.
Sorry, Mayor. The language keeps changing, but anyway, I'm looking at the handy dandy latest local government checklist, and a close associate sits in prescribed, so there is no discretion in a prescribed conflict. A declarable conflict, councillors can decide, and but on this one, and that was why we'd need to seek independent and further advice if this circumstance arises.
So it is regarded as a prescribed conflict of interest.
Yeah, sorry to keep labouring the point. I do understand that, but he's a machinery operator, and I've participated before, because if we're here overseeing and making decisions on what machinery is purchased, if it's not a machine, I was under the impression that because my son was actually part of the decision making or the team that gave the report in, but otherwise, I mean, if we're going to, there's going to be so many things. A machinery operator, you could be driving a truck next week, or they could be on a different machine. It would really impact on our ability to make decisions on what machinery is purchased. So I'm just sort of drawing that, and I'm not doubting what you said, Mark, but if we could get a clarification on it, because I don't think it really impacts directly.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. So we'll move on to deputation from Welcome to the Belogie community. If someone from Belogie would like to come up and present to council. Thank you.
Well, firstly, I'd like to thank the Mayor and all of the councillors for giving us this opportunity to present our case to you. We are from the Belogie region. Many years ago, a block was set apart for our area to have a community hall and sports area. For various reasons, that committee failed. This committee is comprised of some business people who run their own businesses and large farm. So we have a good crew getting this proposal to happen. I just want to present what we have done so far. We have investigated ways of raising funds. We've become incorporated. We're in the process of getting insurance. We have ABN, of course, and are following all the procedures that a committee should. We're not for profit, so we're just trying to get some sporting areas for children that live out there. We have some people that are homeschooled that don't get the opportunity to come into town. It's 50 k's. I myself used to teach drums in at the music shop for 3 years, and no children from out that way were able to attend because of the distance, etc. We've outlined that in our plan, and we hope that our proposals, we've got to apply for leasing the land, and our next meeting next Friday will address the TMR's request to put a plan in for our driveway of access so that we can fully get our lease application to council. And so can I present this to the Mayor so the council may read through it and consider it? Have you got anything to say, Patricia?
Thank you, Ray. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just here on behalf of the local community. That is why I am Vice Chair. Our community is very passionate about having an area where we can go and have recreational and social events. I've spoken to a lot of people in our area, and we are very strongly wanting for council support to move us through and make this happen for our community. So thank you.
Thanks very much, Tricia and Ray. I was out there at the Resilience Day, and it was fantastic to see what you're doing out there. It's wonderful that you've got such a strong community spirit, and I'm sure council will be looking to support what you're proposing. So we're just going to receive your deputation today, and then we'll come back with a report to council, and we'll let you know when that's happening, so that you can, if you like, to come into the gallery when we make a decision on that. That would be wonderful. But thank you for presenting today.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council.
So now I'd like to invite Catherine Hayes and Ray Wise to come forward for the deputation. I think I haven't seen Ray in the gallery, so I think Catherine, yes, okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kathy Hayes. I live at 937 Stonelands Road. I'm here today to present to council a petition in which I ask council to take immediate and decisive action to prevent any further all-night music festivals in the Stonelands area. There have been 3 in the past 6 months, New Year's Eve, end of February, March, and one just recently which lasted from the 7th, Friday the 7th till Monday the whatever it is. I also ask that council consult with other council areas in regard to implementation of local event planning bylaws. I have the petition. It's been signed by affected residents and other concerned citizens from further away. I placed my petition at the local Highsville and Proston businesses, but disappointingly, each business that I placed it at refused to promote my concerns to their customers. It left me with the only option to visit the surrounding residents, which myself and another resident did on Sunday. I also placed my petition on the website change.org and received an encouraging response. Every local resident I visited, with the exception of one man who attended the event, was supportive of my petition, and all of them are affected, as I am, with the loudness of the music and the deep bass which seems to echo through the ground 4 kilometres. On January the 24th, 2024, after the first Resonant Frequency Music Festival, I emailed council and the EPA about my concerns regarding the event. To date, not one person from council has contacted me in regard to my concerns. The EPA did return my email and said that I needed to talk to council. I don't find this to be acceptable. On Sunday, when I visited local residents, and the following concerns were raised by them and voiced to me personally as follows: the music is loud, constant, unbearable, and becomes louder at night. The fact that they were unable to sleep and were disturbed by the fact that the music was constant for 3 days, continuously, 24 hours a day for those 3 days. A resident on Evers Bridge Road, which is approximately 5 kilometres away, raised the point that he had small children that were badly affected by the constant thump and noise created by the music, and the kids found it impossible to sleep, as did the residents. The local residents were all concerned about the participants of this festival using, purchasing or selling drugs in our community, which already has a known significant drug culture. It's well known that these bush doofs are synonymous with illicit drug use. Patrons are known to get high for days at a time, and I ask, what happens when they leave the property where the festival is being held and drive home while being still sleep deprived and drug affected. They were concerned about our roads. Stonelands Road is a no-through dirt road. It was never designed to be used by the significant amount of traffic generated by the festival, which organisers are hoping will eventually attract up to 2,000 festival goers. While the festival is held, we're constantly subjected to hoon drivers using our precious road as a speedway track. It is my belief, and that of others, that someone will get seriously injured or killed one day. Some residents advise that their livestock were affected, and in one case refused to drink from their trough on the side of their property nearest the music festival. This resident has now had to put in a new trough on the opposite side of their property to ensure all their animals get a drink. Birds disappear when the music festival's on. I personally have kookaburras which sing early in the morning and late in the afternoon, as they do, and they move out of their territory when the music festival's on, and they don't come back for days. It was also noted by residents, particularly during the most recent festival, that there were people camping on the roadways and at Webbers Bridge, and they were moving around the local area at all times of the day and night. The resident told me that one of them, who was, in the resident's opinion, driving a very dodgy-looking van, he told them to move on or he'd call the police. He was concerned that they were casing properties. In early April, a meeting was called by the organisers of the music event. They placed flyers in some of the residents' mailboxes. I didn't receive one, but I was lucky that I was advised that it was taking place, and I attended with some 10 other residents from Hivesville and Stonelands. We were told that the soundproofing of the property prior to the next festival, they were soundproofing the property and building bun walls prior to the next festival happening in June. And they would be placing speakers on airbags. I asked them if they would consider running their music festival for 12 hours a day. I didn't think it unreasonable that they had 12 hours. We had 12 hours to actually get some sleep and have a little bit of rest. They laughed in my face. They flatly refused to do this. But they did say that they would turn the music down at 10 p.m. And I commented that this was unreasonable. Why couldn't they have their fun for half the day and allow the residents their half of the day for their peace and quiet? Like I said, they laughed in my face. Further, they told me if I liked, they would pay for me for my fuel and accommodation if I went away for the time that the music festival was on. If this is not an out-and-out admission of guilt that they are causing harm and distress to the local residents, I don't know what is. During the meeting, I questioned the organisers what they would do about the drug use during the festival. They stated there was nothing that would be done about drug taking by patrons of the festival. Furthermore, all they would do was provide a first aid officer. With the limited ambulance facilities in our region and the length of the time it takes for an ambulance to attend any property at Stonelands, I believe this is a recipe for yet another fatality waiting to happen. During the last music festival, which was held from 10 a.m. Friday, June the 7th until 7 a.m. Monday, June the 10th, it was noted that there was absolutely no attempt to prevent the noise pollution from escaping the property at all. The music was promised to be turned down at 10 p.m. and was actually turned up louder after 10 p.m. The festival goers used our road yet again as a campground, speedway, rubbish tip and toilet. Police attendance during the festivals, all 3 to date, has been abysmal. Myself and other residents have called in noise and hooning complaints to the police complaints hotline, and while I cannot speak for others, I have only been contacted once by the police, and that was the day afterwards at 8 o'clock in the morning, and they told me that if I didn't have a registration plate, then there's nothing they would do. I believe that the local female police officer from Proston responded to complaints made during one of the festivals and attended on her own at 8 a.m. one morning. I would also like the councillors present to note the following. The EPA Protection Noise Policy 2019 states the environmental values to be enhanced or protected under this policy are the qualities of the acoustic environment that are conducive to protecting the health and biodiversity of ecosystems, and the qualities of the acoustic environment that are conducive to human health and well-being, including ensuring a suitable acoustic environment for individuals to do any of the following: 1, sleep; 2, study or learn; 3, be involved in recreation, including relaxation and conversation; and C, the qualities of the acoustic environment that are conducive to protecting the amenity of the community. In summation, as my petition states, excuse me, the cumulative impact of these festivals is detrimental to our community's quality of life. We urge the South Burnett Council to prioritise the wellbeing of its residents by enacting measures that cease the occurrence of such disruptive events in the Stonelands area and surrounding districts. We don't want to see it anywhere in the South Burnett. We know what it's like. Nobody should be expected to have to put up with what we put up with. We implore the Council to support our petition and take the necessary action to ensure peaceful, safe and healthy environment to all residents, both human and animal. Thank you for listening to my presentation this morning. I have a petition, there's that one and there's another one underneath from change.org, and there's a submission also from another local resident. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy, for that presentation. I apologise if no one from council got back to you, because that was that's disappointing. But we'll make sure that we address that. And also, just want to let you know that we are following a process. There's definitely action happening in our planning department, and there's appropriate. The process is being followed, but receive your deputation, and I'd like to move that the deputation be received. Deputy Mayor Potter has seconded that. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So this will follow a process. We receive the deputation, and then a report will come back to council. But just in the background, it's also going through a planning process as well. So thank you. So now we're moving on to the confirmation of the minutes of the previous meeting, minutes of the special council meeting held on the 4th of June 2024. Someone to move that? Councillor Height, someone to second that? Councillor Deneen, all those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Now we're moving on to the minutes of the council meeting held on the 15th of May 2024. Would someone like to move those? Councillor Little, seconded. Councillor Height. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. I've got to slow down. I'm sorry. I know that Councillor Height has told me that before. I go too fast, sorry. So now we're moving on to business outstanding. Oh, sorry. Absolutely. Councillor reports. So we're moving on to the new tradition of having councillors give a report. We're going to actually have that as an agenda item, but it's just taking a while to get it into our system. So I'm just going to, from the start, I'd just like to congratulate the General Manager of Infrastructure for the wonderful slashing that I'm seeing out and about. I know the slashing's been a big ticket item for me, and now when I'm driving around, I'm seeing beautiful slashing and straight guideposts. So thank you very much for what you have done, listening to the councillors, but particularly the Mayor hooking into you about getting that slashing done. So really pleased with what I'm seeing. And also like to congratulate the Parks and Gardens team. I've seen some beautiful outcomes in the flowers around the towns, the tidiness of the towns, and the presentation is outstanding. So really wanted to congratulate the Parks and Gardens team and also the infrastructure team for what I've seen since we've the new council, and the direction is back to basics and getting those basic things right. So just wanting to to congratulate the team, and if you could pass that down to the staff on the ground, that would be much appreciated. So we'll go around for the divisional councillor reports. We'll start with Deputy Mayor Potter. Did you want to go first?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I'd like to say that we've actually met with quite a few residents throughout this past month with regards to drainage, roadworks and the likes. But I'd also like to thank staff because they've started the basketball and the warrior course at Memorial Park. And if you haven't seen it, I think the hoops were already up yesterday. And it's great to see that the progress coming along there. And that'll be something for the older kids in the area. I shouldn't say kids, the young adults in the area to use, which is wonderful to see. We work together as a council with regards to the Works for Queensland, and I think that was a fairly good process. And thank you, Mayor, for making that happen and making that work really well. We've attended the Regional Roads Transport Group, as well as the Wide Bay Burnett Regional Organisation of Councils with the Mayor and CEO, and that's been quite an exciting time for us as a council to see how some of these funds are spent with regards to different types of funding for roads and how we work with the other councils in the Wide Bay area. And it's really good to see that our mayor, has been voted chair of the Regional Roads Transport Group. So congratulations to our mayor on that one. We've got the Arts, Culture and Heritage. They're working on the arts collection policy at the moment, which is actually quite exciting for us as a council because all the different artworks that we own as council, we can actually go through then and look at them and say, is this a piece that we're going to keep? Is this a piece we would like to sell? Is this a piece that's going to be out on display for the public? So that is actually a really exciting time for us as a council to actually see those, to have a policy for that artwork. I know we've already put artwork out there with regards to the cows and the piece in the forecourt here. And every single town has amazing artwork. It doesn't matter which town you go to, whether it's Mergen, Proston, Nanango, Blackbutt, they've all got amazing pieces of artwork and wall art, which is wonderful to see in our community because that's great for tourism. The South Burnett Partnerships for Kids has under 8 stays, so I'd like to remind everyone about that. So parents and caregivers and councillors are all welcome on Thursday, the 27th of June, to under 8 stay at Memorial Park. This is a completely free day, and I'd like to thank council for their work that they're helping us with the marquees, and I'd like to thank Councillor Janine for helping me pay for the teas and coffees for that with your discretionary funds. So thank you very much. Also, the South Burnett Suicide Prevention Working Group, we've actually got a meeting this afternoon. So if you want to know more about it, please let me know. We've been managed to get some funding from Wesley Life Force, which is fantastic. And we've got winter warmers on the 18th of July. I've already got blankets to give away on the night. We've got beanies. I've put in the applications already through council to get some chairs for the night as well. There's free music, free food, so that should be an exciting time too for the Suicide Prevention Working Group. So everybody's welcome to that one. There are so many different other things that we've been working on as a council together, and this is really an exciting time of council. And can I just say that this is a really great council to work with? And on another note, I'd like to say thank you to this month to Councillor Erkins for your upcoming lunch. Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Potter. That's in advance. We're hoping it's going to be a great lunch. So, birthday boy, Councillor Sando.
Oh, I can't outdo Councillor Potter with her update, but we've been meeting with a lot of residents around the region. We had a successful win with cleaning of Melrose Road and getting that reopened for the residents out there so that they can, instead of going right around, they can just go straight through now. So a huge cost saving there for those residents. We attended multiple events and meeting with different people and just hearing what they want from council and what they expect. And I think they can see the difference that's been happening in the areas. Potholes are always going to be a contentious issue, but we are getting there and you can see the difference. So I just want to reaffirm to the residents that in my previous roles coming through prior to getting into council, was patching potholes, so I will keep my foot on the throttle and get the outcomes that are expected of our roads, because we all use the roads. We all, you hit the pothole and then you swear at yourself for hitting it, and then you swear at the councillors to get it fixed. So we are getting there. We've had the Festival of the Dams at Burndooma Dam, which the Mayor attended and I attended also. Also, we've met like the outings at Parkside, the tours we did of both Parkside facilities were great. And we're meeting there again this afternoon to further that discussion on their expansions as well. So yesterday we attended Burndooma Homestead for their AGM, and I believe there was a good outcome out there to continue with the spirit of the bush and all the Scots in the bush as well. So just people will also see, I attended breakfast this morning with a group of Somerset College students up from Brisbane, and they've been coming here for 9 years and they have rebooked again to come next year, so it's a good outcome for the region to have those students coming here. One of the teachers that are now working there with that group were with the students 9 years ago. So they're coming back, and that teacher also visits the region and visits various locations around the region. So that input of them guys coming here all that time ago is now, it's showing that tourism is good in the region. And I also attended. There's a fair few roads in Division 5 getting graded at the moment, and been getting a lot of good feedback from the users of those roads and the residents that it's the best they've been for 7 years. So that is also a good outcome, and thanks to the infrastructure team for progressing that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. And we do value your knowledge of roads and potholes. It's it's really good to know that we have someone in the team that can keep the, what did you call it? The foot on the throat. Thank you. Foot on the throttle. Thank you. foot on the throttle. Thank you. Councillor Little.
Mayor Cappy, fellow councillors and the rest of the people in the room, good morning. So, it's been a very busy month since the last meeting. I've attended quite a few community group meetings and catch-ups. So I can report that the Blackbutt District Community Organisation are doing really well with their ongoing maintenance of the avenue of trees along the rail trail, as well as the community gardens. They've been going in and moving some of the plants and that around. They've found now that they're getting taller and bigger. They're not quite in the right spots anymore. So they're working really hard to make that the beautiful area for our visitors and locals alike. Avocado Festival. Plans are well underway for the Avocado Festival in September, second Saturday in September, everybody. I'd like to see you all there. Let me see, Teromeo Rural Fire Brigade. I attended their last meeting, and they have some challenges ahead of them. They need to do a big rebuild of a building out the back of their facility. It got quite damaged for the rain, and so the whole back wall needs to be replaced. And they're having a little bit of trouble with the state insurance. So it's a matter of you pay for it, you fix it, and then they'll decide if they're going to reimburse you. So they've decided that they're probably best just to do it themselves with a lot of volunteer work than take the chance of having a builder come in and do it and then not get reimbursed for that. But also, I'd like to remind everybody that the Community Resilience and Emergency Services Expo is on at Romeo Rural Fire Brigade in Blackbutt this Saturday from 10 till 2. So if anyone's interested in coming down, it's there for the community. I went up to Maidenwell and had a community catch-up there. The two main items that people were discussing with me there was the waste transfer station. So I was able to assure them that we haven't forgotten about it without making any promises on when things will change. So, and the public toilets on the main street there, they're just wondering whether we could get the hand basins upgraded. So they're quite an old toilet block. They're kept very clean and tidy. The works crew that are doing the cleaning there are doing an excellent job. It's just showing a bit of age, that's all. And doesn't make them look as nice as they could. The Blackbutt Banarkin Aged Care Green Hills Villas project, that is going ahead in leaps and bounds. They're busy at the moment writing grants to get money to put in the infrastructure and all the things that council need. And on the 12th of October at the Blackbutt Hall, they're going to be holding a family-orientated comedy night as a fundraiser for the Green Hills project. So they're inviting other community groups to participate and assist with this gala night. And they're also, if anybody is listening out there, looking for donations for prizes for a multi-draw raffle and an auction. So if anyone's got anything they'd like to donate, we very happily will take that from you. Bacon Fest is tracking along nicely, so I will have to leave the room a little bit later when there's some decisions are made on that. A bit of community feedback since they found out that I'm on the committee there is I'd like to see a bit more bacon in the Bacon Fest and less pork. So I'll be passing that on tomorrow night at the meeting. A few more bacon recipes and less pork recipes. Not that they don't like pork, but they'd rather, since it's a Bacon Fest, let's have more bacon. I would also like to thank the Parks and Gardens crew, Blackbutt, Banarkin, Maidenwell, all the areas that they look after in my division are absolutely magnificent. And the community feedback has been how lovely it looks, and our visitors really appreciate it as well. Potholes, yes, well, we're getting there. I know that I do put through quite a few snap send solves, and I've been encouraging lots of my community to use the snap send solve app, so hopefully they're sending through lots as well. But it has been a considerable increase in the fixing of the potholes, so thank you to the team for doing that as well. And last but not least, we've just got some environmental concerns with some of our residents about the proposed subdivisions going ahead in the Blackbutt area. There are some members of the community that are really quite concerned that these 5-acre blocks closer to the town being chopped up into 1 acres and the amount of clearing that's going on, koala habitat and other native species as well. So just still like to keep that at the forefront of council, that not everybody agrees in slicing up these 5-acre blocks into smaller ones. But anyway, and that's about it for this month. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Little. It's great to see that you're all over your community. Obviously, you're right across and it's what I campaigned on was to councillors to really get back into their divisions and look after their communities and understand what the needs are. So thank you for raising those issues. And yeah, I'm sure this will see all the general managers taking notes. So that's good. So thank you for being right across your division. So move on to Councillor Height. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Okay, Division 6 has had a busy month too. I think it is fantastic. Councillor Potter was saying that the councillors are all out there and working together well, so it's great. Firstly, we did at Gordon Brook have the mountain bike, an event there for mountain bikers, and very excitingly, the Queensland Championships will be held at Gordon Brook. They actually came to Gordon Brook to the South Burnett mountain bikes. So the 5th and 6th of October will be the Queensland Championships out at Gordon Brook. For those that like riding bikes over rocks and nearly break their legs. But anyway, it will be 100 to 150 bikes out there for the state cross-country championships. It was great to have the Belogie community here. I attended their meeting a couple of weeks ago. And it's always great to see community groups getting started and being full of enthusiasm. And also attended the Community Resilient Expo that was at Belogie with Councillor Duff 1 or 2 weeks ago. And again, it's good to see those communities working together. As Councillor Sanders said, the Wondai Timber Processing Plant is just an amazing thing they're doing at Parkside, so that's going well. Cumbia is another of the Division 6 little communities, and they do a fantastic little initiative every couple of months as a cheap as chips dinner. It was actually started by Linda Thomas, and it's $15, and the locals come along and they have a different theme. They've had, Japanese and Thai and American, and then there's a trivia quiz, and it just gets the community together and also raises a bit of funds for the Cumbia Town Hall, which, like most town halls, is ageing and needs a bit of money. Another fantastic group is the Tingura Vikings, who are the cricket group in Tingura, and they had a State of Origin night. I actually didn't stay to the end, but I think Councillor Duff did and buy the pink shirt. But they're really, reinvigorating cricket in Tingura and leasing the sports ground there, so that's exciting things happening. When our community shows great initiative, that's always fantastic. And Nat at the Wondai Pool started this Wim Hof initiative, which is the cold plunge. And I'm one of the victims who decided to do that. I'm sure it's good for me. But Wim Hof was, I think he was Danish, and he's convinced that cold immersion is terribly good for your immunity system and everything else. I'm trying to convince myself it's good for me, but gee, that hot shower afterwards is good, I can tell you that. But it's fantastic to see a group of people, getting in and having a go. It was 16 degrees the first week, and then Ross Kay from the ABC came, and I think he had 14 degrees. But last Saturday it was 10 degrees, and I can tell you that is a lot colder. Anyway, all good fun. Another thing that happened in Cumbia a few days ago, was Josie McConville was a well-known stalwart of Cumbia, and she started the Birds of a Feather, which is the well-known cancer support group. And they have a biggest morning tea, and they've had it every year for, I'd say 20 years, but I'm not totally sure how many years, quite a few. But the morning tea there had over 120 people and raised several thousands for cancer research, so that was fantastic. And again, it's bringing the community together, which was great. Went with Councillor Sander and Councillor Duff out to Boondooma, and the committee out there are always very passionate about maintaining the history, and it's quite fascinating the amount of history out there. This weekend is a fairly big one for me, and of course everybody's invited to the Wondai Country Running Festival. We've closed the online entries and we're about 60 up, so we're close to 600 runners, which will be huge. I'm not sure if the cold weather is going to be a little bit of a shock to the Brisbane and coast people, but it's always wonderful. I was on the radio this morning with Crow, talking about it, and what people love about coming up here is the friendliness of the community. It actually makes their weekend. So we're looking forward to a big weekend. We're glad it's not raining, and it will be sunny. The forecast is sun. A tiny bit of a raise in the temperature would be good, but I don't think that's going to happen. But we're looking forward to a great weekend, and you're all welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hyde. Yeah, I'm just looking forward to the One Day Running Festival, and I think actually Nat at the pool saw you coming to convince. They tried to convince me, but I wasn't.
She did say, would Kathy Duff say it? And I said, well, Councillor Duff is a great one at having a go, but I bet you anything. In fact, I bet her $10 you wouldn't do it.
That's it's not my thing. I like being warm, and I was at the Tingura Vikings for that night, and yeah, they certainly know how to get me to purchase through the auctions. They always have a pink size 10 something, and so yeah, and they run me up, so I certainly paid a fair bit more than probably what it was worth. But anyway, that was good fun, and yeah, there's lots of great things happening, obviously in Division 6. So, and the Queensland Championships with the at the mountain bike that club, that they've really done a lot of work out there, and that's great to see that they've attracted the Queensland Championships, because I know that was one of what they wanted to be able to achieve, so that's all good. So thank you for your report, and I'll move on to Councillor Erkins.
See, I was keen to start. So it has been a very busy month, especially for councillors with workshops for the budget, and we've all been kept fairly busy with that. I'm looking forward to councillors holding the workshop in Nanango, which will enable us to attend the cancer morning tea at the community centre. It's been very heartbreaking to see road accidents in the region, and one which resulted in the death of 3 well-loved family members. And I'd really like to ask that residents do drive to the conditions of our road. I mean, it's okay to say, oh, the potholes, the road's bad, but honestly, I do think that residents do need to take some responsibility, and they need to slow down and drive to conditions of the road. We've also had, with winter coming on, it does seem to be a little bit of a thing that happens. We've had 2 house fires in Nanango, which pretty devastating to those people, and it's also made worse by the shortage of housing. There's just nowhere to put those people into, which is quite disturbing. But to get on to some of the better things, I really enjoy Saturday mornings where I volunteer for Park Run. Everybody down there is in this weather, you can imagine. I'm a bit worried about this Saturday, but they're all so enthusiastic, and a great way to start a day. So you don't have to run it, you can just walk it, or you can just go down and volunteer, and it's great. And Nanango just celebrated their 200th park run, which is pretty good. We have a number of local sporting and community organisations, and I know the local football club have just entered a competition. The little video's online if you want to have a look at it. And I really congratulate them, all the sporting and community organisations, for what they contribute to their community. I recently enjoyed lunch with Nanango seniors, and it was a lovely event and an opportunity to catch up with residents. We're hoping that they're having a busload come in, and we're hoping we're going to have a morning tea up at Ringsfield House, and we'll take them through the house. Heritage Community Bank in Nanango make a great contribution to our town, and they have partnered with CTC, and CTC have established a neighbourhood centre, and I'd like to encourage residents across our region to pop in and see what they actually are offering and what they offer for you. Wednesday mornings they're actually going to be having morning tea down there, so if you want to pop in and talk to the girls down there, they will be happy to tell you what sort of things are running down there, and they're looking for advice on what they can do. So I'm also a bit excited to be meeting with some artistic community members to see what options there are for establishing our art gallery up at Ringsfield. We've been talking about it for a while, and we've got a meeting now organised, so hopefully we'll be able to get that up and running, and we're hoping to work with those artists to have the house open, that they'll volunteer to do tours on the house. This Friday night, our Tipperary Flat Fire is going to be utilised. They've got the neon walk down there, which is being held to raise awareness of mental health, and that's done with funding that was raised by our our previous councillors, Hook and Spud, who raise money for mental health, and that's one of the events that they're going to be running. So we're going to be having the fire to sit around, and hopefully we're going to get it the perfect temperature for roasting spuds. So we'll have the alfoil and some potatoes, but bring your potato down and throw it into the fire. But all in all, I've really enjoyed working with my other councillors and travelling to their divisions for different events. I went down to Councillor Little for the Lions Cancer Morning Tea, which was very nice. I was also down there during the freezing weekend and camping at their showgrounds for an event. And I'm booked in with Councillor Danita to go to the Scouts 100-year dinner. So that should also be a great thing. So I'm hopefully up to the running festival. Thanks.
Put you down for 10K.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Just a sad loss that you mentioned about the 3. And I actually had a boy who's young man, gentleman, has just got his licence. He rang me concerned about the accident, and he just wanted me to see if we could do something. And I said, well, would be going to the Traffic Advisory Committee to look at that particular area. But it was kind of like really heartwarming to know that he just wanted to say that he's concerned, and what can we do? Because he said he's a new driver. He could have easily been there when that happened. So yeah, it did have a big impact on our community. So thank you for mentioning that. And yeah, our thoughts and prayers go out to the families involved. It was very, very sad. Just wanted to say about the 200th park run. That's the park runs have been amazing for this community, and particularly like Wandai is probably older than the 200th, but
We were the first one. We were up to 354.
354. But they have been an amazing, and particularly for mental health. I've had people say to me, it's just they've started to understand, like get to know their community. It's helped them. It's not only exercise, but it's also mental health. So yeah, fantastic. And Heritage do an amazing job, and CTC, incredible what they've been doing just lately. And yeah, the Tipperary Flat, I went to the roasting of the marshmallows, so now we're going to roast Spud, so that's all good. And and I just want to acknowledge Hook and Spud, like you said, they did a lot of work with that, raising those funds for mental health, and that's a big. I want to just acknowledge them for the work that they did, and we are reaping the benefits now for that mental health awareness and all of the projects that they've fundraised for.
So I did, when I went yesterday, I was looking at getting some potatoes. There was one of those large family packets of marshmallows fell into my trolley. However, whether it's going to survive till Friday, I don't know, because I accidentally opened it as well.
But that fire pit is a great addition to the Tipperary Flat area there, and yeah, I'm sure that into the future there's going to be a lot of people enjoy what's happening around that fire pit. Councillor Deneen.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to chat about the region and what we've been up to. Been to a couple of interesting things. The Boyedo breakfast was very good, showcased a lot of the business houses, as do the KCCI monthly meetings. The last one was at 8 p.m. Just over here, and there were some fascinating people there, fascinating new businesses that we're so grateful to have coming to our region. It was a real pleasure to be there and to speak to the different people that were there. We also attended the sales at Coolabunga. It was the Weena Show and Sale, which was terrific, where council supported Coolabunga sales and ongoing. I always sell my cattle through Coolabunga because it's something that we need to keep in the region. We're very lucky that we have a sale yard in Kingaroy as well as the Mergen one, so I'm grateful that council's keeping that going. The interesting talk by the Pakadoringa feedlot was fascinating because it's growing and they have great plans for it. And we are basically a farming community, even though we have an array of other businesses here. We are a farming region, and to see local farming families planning and doing so well and employing so many people, it's fantastic. Thanks so much to the staff and the other councillors for their support. Another meeting at Carew Park. Thanks to our Parks and Gardens staff and managers, because they're just, as people have said, they're going above and beyond, and we really appreciate the support and the advice and the commitment to continuing that. And Carroll Park as well, we've got plans to continue that to be upgraded, and that will be fantastic. We have interesting groups here. South Burnett Grazing Network are very proactive, and I went to one of their information days at the research station out here. The staff there know so much about what we're growing here and why and what's the best thing for our region. And they also had a lovegrass workshop, which I missed on Sunday, which would have been fascinating because that's such a pest. I did go to the mountain bike thing with you, Ros. That was great. So exciting to hear that we're getting the state championships here, and what a fabulous group they are. I do cycle a little bit, and my girlfriends that went this morning at 5:30, I didn't go with them. I just wished them well because they're very tough women. Good on them, but I was near the fire drinking my coffee, thinking of them. Appreciation also to the relationship that we as councillors have with our staff. Speaking to the planning department about the subdivisions in the future and what's happening with our town, because we're rapidly growing and we're a great destination. As we found out, we're the 6th most livable destination in the state, and we can see that. As a former real estate agent, you can see why people come here. I had people came and went for a drive around here, and when they sold their property at Burpengary, where they've been for 25 years, they just said, oh, we just love it here and we're going to buy a house here. And they did. And they're happy as anything. And that's what happens, because this is a great place to live, and we're a great place for families, a great place for businesses. And we will continue to support that as a council. And I'm more than delighted to be involved in a council that is so proactive and so forward thinking. And to all of the staff and all of my fellow councillors, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Deneen. Yeah, just few points from what you said. With just the South Burnett Grazing Network is an amazing group. I went there and it was like, I was surprised at just how many people go to those meetings. And I actually also missed the African Lovegrass walk. Yeah. Just had too many other things to do. But yeah, interested what you said about the packaging of feed, like, because they're expanding, which is great. And also the Coolabunga Sayards. I agree with you. It's been problematic knowing what to do with the Coolabunga Sayards. Was a time when we were thinking of selling it, we were thinking of leasing it, but now it seems to be everybody's on board to keep progressing it, keep spending more money. When we go out there, you can see the asset is improving from where it was, and I know that Michael Hunter in our council staff was so excited to show the councillors that all of those new catwalks have been upgraded, because he was worried that someone was going to put their foot through at some stage, but now they're all absolutely safe and new. So yeah, it is great to see it growing as a facility that is being looked after by council, and also the community, and by the numbers recently, it's starting to be getting more support through the agents as well. So because they had a good number of cattle at that last one that we went to, and also, again, the Coolabunga Sayards is also about mental health, and I know that Alan Broome goes there representing Baido, and a lot of that is about talking to the men who go there in their own environment. So it also ticks boxes for not only being a sale yard that supports our agricultural industry, but also for our mental health. So, yeah, but thank you for your report, and you're obviously right across Division 4, so thank you. So now we're just moving on to, that was perfect timing, I think it's exactly 10 o'clock. So we're moving on to, no, I did a little report there before. I just gave big accolades to all of the, councillors, and also the infrastructure and the Parks and Gardens, and great work. I'll just say about how great the slashing is, and how great the Parks and Gardens team are doing. So, but yeah, that's a big ticket item for me at the moment is the slashing. So thank you. So now we're moving on to the business outstanding table for ordinary council meeting, and that's item 9.1 on page 35. So would someone move that the business outstanding table is for the ordinary council meeting be received for information? Councillor Erkins and seconded Deputy Mayor Potter. Any discussion around the items in that business outstanding table? Any questions? Deputy Mayor Potter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just curious with regards to, if you, on page 57, 58, with regards to the road that that the piggery was supposed to be doing. I'm just wondering whether that's been started or I haven't seen any action there yet.
So General Manager Meehan, where is that one at?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'll just have to chase up with my friends in planning just to see what the latest status of that one is. It'll be a condition for the operator, I believe. That's the one you talk about, the Windra Piggery. Yep.
So they were meant to upgrade the road. That's off the Mergen Gayndah Road, that intersection, and also the Kratzman's Gully Road. That to make that safe. That was part of the development approval. And when they reached a certain number of trucks going through there.
I might just hand to General Manager Peterson, if that's okay.
Yep. Thank you. Through Madam Mayor, I think, but my understanding is Justin has been working through and they have presented a plan. They were to come back with a plan on how those works are going to be looked at, and I just need to follow through with Justin to see that he has received that and he was reviewing that. So I'll just take a question on notice and go back through Justin for an update.
That would be good because that's been going on for a very, very long time, and I know the community are frustrated about it. So thank you, Deputy Mayor Potter, for raising that. Any other questions? Councillor Sander.
Just want to touch base on page 45 with the selective inspection program. Just an update on the Highsville meeting, and just want to progress report on that if we've entered into a date when the building and plumbing guys are going to meet with the Highsville community.
So I have been talking to CEO Mark about that, and I just want to flag that on the 30th of this month, they're having a day out there on the Sunday. It's funded through the resilience. Is it resilience funding, General Manager Jarvis?
Yes.
They're using that funding and they're having a family fun day. And CEO Mark has been working with me to try and, we were talking potentially about maybe having the staff go out there that day. So I'll just ask CEO Mark to update us on what's happening with that.
Thank you, Mayor, and acknowledge Acting General Manager Leanne because they've been coordinating. So General Manager Jarvis will be out there that day as well. We've got a really good response in stealing Leanne's thunder of staff attending, and we'll have building and other staff. So I think we've got two stalls now. So yeah, so really good response, Mayor, and we'll have building and compliance staff out there as well.
That is fantastic. So, General Manager Susan.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. My apologies, Mr CEO. I didn't realise the dates. It's actually the 30th of June. It's the end of the financial year. So my finance team and myself will be doing end of year here at the council on that day. So I won't be able to attend. Unfortunately, I had promised and we're going to stay the night. So my sincere apologies, and I will contact the people there and apologise to them. But when I nominated, I didn't I just said Sunday and I didn't know what the date was. And of course, 30th of June for finance it's a biggie. So my staff and I will be working on a Sunday to do the rollover. And unfortunately, we won't be able to be there.
Oh, but thank you for considering it, and thank you for working on a Sunday. That's fantastic. That's dedication.
Anyway, thanks, Susan. But yeah, no, for the clarification. But yeah, we've got quite a number of staff, so we'll have a really good representation for the day, including building and plumbing.
That's wonderful. Councillor Sander?
Can we get that put on the media or do a release to the Highsville people so that they know that these guys are going to be there that day?
Good. Yeah, I think that's a really good idea because on their flyer it just says it's a family fun day. They know that we are planning to come out there, but they haven't been informed that there's going to be that day. So I absolutely agree. So we'll ask CEO Mark to progress that so we can get a media release out. Any other questions for the business outstanding? No. Okay. So it's been moved and seconded. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. So now we're moving on to item 10.1 on page 59. And that is, I'll read the officer's recommendation that South Burnett Regional Council progress the Monday of the 2025 Royal National Exhibition Brisbane, Monday 11th of August 2025 as the 2025 show holiday for the South Burnett region, and further complete the 2025 special holiday request form and delegate to the Chief Executive Officer to submit via email prior to Friday the 12th of July 2024. Could someone move that, please? Councillor Sander, someone to second that? Councillor Deneen. Any discussion around that? Everyone happy? All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. So now we're moving on to in-kind support Bacon Fest 2024 on item 10.2 on page 61.
I'll just leave the room.
So Councillor Little is leaving the room because she has a conflict of interest. So the recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council approve the requested in-kind assistance to the 2024 Bacon Fest subject to available resources, including assistance with the TMP to be prepared after community engagement with the surrounding and affected businesses. So we have a list of their request. I think CEO Mark, did you want to talk about that? Well, I'll ask for...
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just there was one point in the agenda that was with the... so it is for the in-kind support that councillors have queried, and certainly happy to answer the questions. We've got a little bit further information, background. There was a request this year, which was a different request we hadn't received before about supporting the Waka Waka dancers, and councils supported them. That would have to go through its normal, so it won't be, depending on what council moves, but it would be fill in a form and go through its normal process like any other community group or grant. So we would suggest just dropping that one off today, and then we'll deal with it separately with the committee, and then they would have to make application rather than just asking for it here today.
Because it is there is a in that grants and donations there's a Indigenous Affairs budget, so that's why we thought it would be better to go through that process. So we would like to drop that one off this request list. So that's why I just wanted to CEO Mark to clarify that. So that list will only be to the dot point on the bottom of page 61. Councillor Erkins.
No, I'm happy to move that without the Waka.
Okay, so it's been moved by...
Yeah. I think we did discuss that the figure that they were asking for was probably in line with what we have done for other organisations, so I'm more than happy to move that.
To move by Councillor Erkins, seconded by Deputy Mayor Potter. So any further discussion? Yep. Councillor Height.
Yes, I just think that we do need to be careful here that we go down the track of giving a huge amount to events. We did request that we see their financials, because I think if a group is getting a lot of outside sponsorship, that's fantastic. And it is, of course, a great event. But I would rather that we were using our ratepayers' funds to encourage more events in the forecourt, and to encourage new events, and to encourage events to become self-sustaining and not continue to want to come back and want a lot of ratepayers' money to support ongoing each and every year, we really should expect events after a few years to be self-sustaining. Obviously, a few rubbish bins is fine, but, you know, wanting what I think this is rated, did we have $10,000 as the extent of what they needed? You know, is that the best use of... No, it's more than that. It said 10,000 further down. Is that the best use of ratepayers each and every year when we really want our bigger events to become self-sustaining so we can encourage newer events? Council spend an awful lot of money on the precinct, making it this marvellous area out in Glendon Street. I would be keen to be encouraging new events to start so it gets used more than one weekend in a year. So whilst I will support this, I will, you know, make my point that I don't feel it's best use of ratepayers' money to continue to sustain events which should be self-sustaining when they've had a lot of money in donations and sponsorship. We shouldn't be asking our ratepayers to continue to support them all the time.
Not sure who had the light on first. Was it Councillor Sanders? Councillor Sander.
I agree with Councillor Hyatt, and I believe that council should do like a full review on, so that we know what events are going to receive what, and we're standard across the board. So some certain events don't get more than others. I believe that we need to do a full review or set a policy on what support we offer extra to events.
Thank you. Councillor Perkins.
Thank you. In the workshop yesterday, I was under the impression that it was clarified, if we're not having the dancers, that it was clarified that they were looking for, I thought it was around $2,000. I thought it was under $3,000, which I think that's an in-kind contribution, where I know that other festivals, they put in for their $3,000 without, so I thought it was much of a muchness. So I'd just like to clarify.
Well, our CEO, Mark, to answer that.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and certainly Councillor Hyde has picked up in the financial that, and certainly if there's a subsequent resolution for these signature events, it's probably not a bad thing, because we've got several of the events that are run across the region that sit outside the standard good old community policy. 10,000 would have been is historic as to when it first started, and it's been going now for a couple of years. Of all the information, so the direct cost of labour booked to it last year was $2,293.86. We found since yesterday, we found another $895 that was paid for some of the waste collection costs. Bacon Festival do hire their own bins from JJ's and pay JJ's directly for the extra hire of bins. So even with that, it came in around about, from the, if you were going to say direct cost to council, just on the $3,000 mark last year. So I wouldn't expect it would go any further than that, but certainly the report has reflected historically it has gone up to 10,000, and there is a need to have a look at the signature events, because each of the communities have Merrigan, Wandai, Blackbutt, Kingaroy and Nananga all have signature events as to what support, because the policy is good for an average everyday community event, and where do we go with these signature events?
Councillor Erkins.
So maybe we should put a cap. Can we adjust that motion that we cap the figure?
It would be tricky too, because if we got staff and we're paying for wages, so the bins don't cost us literally the cost of a bin, it's labour to put them in and out and a bit of cleaning. A cap would be tricky, because like do we pull up stumps when we get to, you wouldn't know until you hit till after the event what the actual full total cost would be.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so
I am happy that it does bring a lot of people in. I agree. I understand perfectly what Councillor Hite says, and the same with Councillor Sanders. So, you know, maybe in one of our workshops, what we need to do is do one specifically on what events are held around the region, and look and maybe even invite some of the organisers from these events in to discuss with them becoming, because I do know that they do, not only do they do a great festival, but they also do contribute money to different organisations, which, you know, is probably also good for our community.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Deputy Mayor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I'm very supportive of this. I think this is a great thing for the South Burnett, not just Kingaroy. All the motels are full this weekend. I mean, that weekend you can't get a motel anywhere nearly within the whole of the South Burnett. And I think the benefits to the community are tremendous of what it brings to us. But I think also other events, you know, by us supporting other signature events like the Avocado Festival and you know, even as Councillor Height mentioned the other day with regards to the garden festivals at Wandi and things like that. I mean, we have some amazing events here that bring community, that bring people from right throughout Queensland and interstate. And I think we need to support those events. So I'm very, very supportive of this. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And I'm going to move a subsequent motion after this about that we review those, but I'm absolutely supportive as well. I just think that council needs to be behind those events, and because they are of huge benefit to our community, and I'm very keen to support that with the bins and the things that council, it's we're back to basics, council, and it used to be that we used to look after community events. We used to do that kind of stuff, like the making sure that everything looks right for the event, and then having those basic stuff like the bins and things like that, the chairs, the stuff that is the in-kind support that council is traditionally known for and expected to deliver, and that's what the path I'd like to go down with these events, but certainly wanting to move a motion after this one. So are we ready to vote on this one? Any other questions? All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Then, so I'm just going to move... Oh, sorry. Thank you, Councillor Linda. So Councillor Little has returned to the chamber. So I'd like to move that we hold a workshop to review our grants and donations policy, in particular our signature events, and that workshop to be held early in the next financial year. It's a bit of a scribble. So Councillor Erkins has seconded that. So do we have any discussion about that, around that? Oh, no, well, I thought they discussed it. We need someone to discuss it.
Well, I'll say something.
Councillor Hyde.
Yes, I'm fully supportive of that. And as you say, you know, we are here to support events. But I also think we need community events to work towards sustainability, because we want more and more events. We want lots of events. And if they can work towards being sustainable, it means we can support more events and not use our ratepayer money supporting lots of these events who could be sustainable, that we shouldn't be seen as they automatically get 10,000 from council. You know, that shouldn't be a given. And I would like to have afterwards a report on how much we did spend at Bacon Fest, so that can be part of the discussion on how much we're spending on these events. Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hyde. Councillor Erkins.
One of the things after that workshop, I would like to invite some of the organisers in so that we can discuss with them, because there's also the timing of some things that are clashing with one another. So it would be good if we could get, the major events that are happening, the organisers from them, and work maybe with them, get their opinion on where they think they should be supported by council and where they think they can be supporting themselves.
So would you like to make that a second dot point there?
Yes,
CEO Mark?
Workshop.
The dot point that then we invite. Would you invite the presidents of the signature events, or
Yes.
how would you like to do that?
Maybe present secretary or two representatives maybe from each of those organisations that run these signature events.
Okay, that we.
I would actually like after, I don't think they should, maybe we need to
But-
have
but-
our meeting first, then we invite them to address councillors.
So do we need to? I'll just get some advice from CEO Mark. Do you think that we need to? Will that be just? Can that be just a given that we?
Yeah,
I'd probably just leave it at that one, Mayor, and then that one, the workshop will drive those invitations.
That can drive
yeah.
that. Councillor Deneen.
I just think that's a great opportunity to look at our coordination of events in the region. If we can also, perhaps council can facilitate that, or at least get the events going. Yes, we've got some great events here and we want to make sure they don't clash going into the future. So, because that does occasionally happen and then you think, oh, didn't they know? And sometimes they just don't know.
That's exactly right. So thank you, Deputy Mayor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I think it's a great idea, but I was wondering, I know we're going to have that meeting with that group after we've done our policy, but my thoughts is that maybe we should have a meeting with that group before we do our policy up or our...
Yeah. I think invite lots of community groups.
Yeah.
They've all got, some big or small, have all got an opinion. Let's listen to them.
Yeah, I'm probably agreeing with Councillor Hyde on that. So, you know, I know we've got the signature events that we call them, but I think there's a lot of events because, you know, the running festival doesn't, it doesn't actually take, use sort of in kind, I don't think, much from council. Yeah. See, I mean, so I think we need to invite all people from all events, signature, and also some of our smaller events as well that we support. So thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Potter. Are we ready to vote on this one? So it's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Erkins that Council hold a workshop to review our grants and donations policy. In particular, it should be our signature events early in the next financial year. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So we're just, we've got our citizens out ready to come in. So do we need to, could someone move that we break for morning tea, please? Deputy Mayor Potter, Councillor Sander has seconded that. We break to do that. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone, and welcome back. The Mayor has had to duck off to do a few interviews with regards to a few press releases that have been released now, so I will be chairing the meeting until Mayor Duff's return. So yes, we're going to do a motion to resume the meeting. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Height. Moved Councillor Height, seconded Councillor Little. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you very much. Right. Okay, so the first item on the agenda now is item 11.1. So that's the adoption of the South Burnett Regional Council Water Restrictions Policy, Strategic 015. So there's an officer's recommendation that the South Burnett Regional Council Water Restrictions Policy, Strategic 015, be adopted as presented. Can we have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Erkins and Councillor Deneen, thank you very much. Okay, discussions. Councillor Height.
Yeah, my understanding is this is not very different from the previous policy. Can we just get a bit of a summary on what is the differences, please?
I will hand over to GM Ian for that one. Thank you very much.
Yeah, through the chair, the actual framework of the policy follows the same level of restrictions that we currently do. It's a trim down of probably the wordiness of the previous policy and things that might be subject to change. Is my understanding that under different acts from time to time, so it's consistent. So we would support as presented through the chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Height.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments with regards to... Okay, we'll put that one to the vote. So all those in favour? Unanimous. Decision carried. Thank you very much. Okay, so the next one is item number 11.2, which is on page 80 of the agenda. So the officer's recommendation that the council's contact with a lobbyist policy, statutory 049, be adopted as presented. This is just a basic one. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Height and Councillor Little. Thank you very much. Now, is there any discussions with regards to this particular policy?
I'm fine with it.
Thank you, Councillor Height. Any other? Councillor Sanders?
How do we find out who a lobbyist is?
I will hand over to GM Jarvis for that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. The lobbyists are actually registered there at the Integrity Commission there, Councillor, and that's where, and we also keep a register here within the council of any contact with lobbyists as well. That's a requirement under legislation.
So we can just get that list from council just to ensure that we are compliant?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Absolutely. It's a public document, Councillor.
Thank you. I'm actually on the understanding that they actually have to declare that they're a lobbyist at the start of your meeting with them. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments with regards to this policy? Okay, we'll put that one straight to the vote. So all in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, so the next one is 11.3. If I don't say the page number, the Mayor will go mad at me because that's what she's been doing and I neglected to say that. So that's page 86. Thank you, Councillor Height, for that. Can I get 86? So that's 11.3. That's the South Burnett Regional Council related party disclosure policy. that the South Burnett Regional Council Related Party Disclosure Policy Statutory 057 be adopted as presented. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Dineen and Councillor Erkins, thank you very much. Any questions or comments with regards to this particular policy? None? Oh, we'll put that one straight to the vote then. All those in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. So next we have item 11.4 on page 92. So 11.2 is the adoption of the South Burnett Regional Council Procurement Policy Statutory 007. So the officer's recommendation is that the South Burnett Regional Council Procurement Policy Statutory 007 be adopted as presented. Can I have a mover? Councillor Erkins, a seconder? Councillor Little, thank you. Any questions or comments with regards to this procurement policy? Councillor Height?
Yes, I'm supportive of it. The part that is a little contentious is the local preference, that we absolutely want to support our local businesses and encourage them, but we do need to be aware that when we allow the local preference to be up to 10% for goods and services under 50,000 and 5% for goods and services up to 200,000. This does cost ratepayers, and it has been brought to my attention that on occasions businesses put their prices up because they know they will get the preference, and I find that annoying because we are trying to help local businesses, and it's annoying if we feel that people are taking advantage of it. But I don't have a solution because I guess I hope that local businesses do the right thing, and that we're very pleased to support and encourage our local businesses. But remember that this does come at a cost to our local ratepayers.
It's very true, actually. Any other questions or comments with regards to this particular policy? I can't see your light, sorry, Heath. Okay, so if there's no other questions or comments with regards to this policy, all those in favour? Unanimous, thank you very much. Okie dokes, so moving right along, we've got the 11.5, which is on page 101, which is the monthly financial information. So it's the officer's recommendation that the monthly financial reporting, including capital works and works for Queensland, otherwise known as W4Q, as at the 31st of May 2024 be received and noted. Can we have a mover? Councillor Sanders, a seconder, Councillor Dineen, thank you. Questions or comments with regards to this report?
Do we want to get a summary from the General Manager on
the... Councillor Height, did you want to say something first?
No, I was happy to listen.
Okay, you'd like to go straight to GM Jarvis for a report. Thank you, GM Jarvis.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. This is a summary here of the monthly financials for May. This report's been prepared in accordance with the relevant sections of the Local Government Regulation 2012 and illustrates the interim financial performance and position of the South Burnett Regional Council. This amended budget reflects the third quarter budget revision as adopted at the May Council meeting. In the revenue section there, Council's recurrent revenue is currently sitting at 95% compared to the amended budget, and recurrent expenditure is also sitting at 95%. Our revenue is impacted by timing effects of various income streams, including grant revenue and rates revenue. Council's current cash holdings at the end of May 24 was 69.33 million, with 31.31 million of this classified as restricted cash. All ratios at the end of May are within their respective targets, apart from the current ratio, which is outside the target of between 2 and 4 and is sitting at 4.61. This is largely due to the large cash balance at the end of May. Our capital expenditure, the capital expenditure program is sitting at 17.48 million in actual expenditure, which equates to approximately 46.6% of the total amended budget. When taking into account the committed costs of 13.32 million, the total expended amount is 30.81 million, which represents 82% of the amended budget, but that's until the end of May. There has been a lot of expenditure since then. Financial assistance grants. Council should be receiving the 24-25 final financial assistance grants prepayment notification soon. Last year's prepayment allocation was $7.1 million. QTC borrowings, as at the 31st of May, Council's QTC borrowings are 23.75 million. Cash holdings. Out of Council's cash holdings, 62.2 million is invested with the QTC with an end of month interest rate of 5.1%, and 5.3 mil is invested with the Commonwealth Bank with an end of month interest rate of 4.85%. Council also has $374,000 invested with the Bendigo Bank. After taking into account Council's current restricted cash holdings, the total cash available for use is 38 million. Council's minimum 3-month operating liquidity is 15.39 million. Rates and arrears. Rates and arrears as at the 31st of May is sitting at 4.95 million or 7.96%, which is above the targeted arrears of 7%. There are currently 922 assessments with rate arrangements in place, which accounts for 47.21% of the properties that are in arrears. Works for Queensland Round 4. The Works for Queensland Round 4 has a total budget of 5.63 million, with a grant period spanning from July 21 to June 24. Council has received a total of 90% of the grant funding, being 2.815 million during July 21 and 2.252 million during January 24, with these funds being posted as a contract liability in the balance sheet until funds have been used. To date, Council has spent approximately 4.01 million over the life of the Works for Queensland 4 funding, with 1.79 million of this on eligible projects for this financial year. The grants report. Finance has developed a grants report in conjunction with the Senior Grants Audit Officer, which is included in this monthly financial report as requested by the councillors at a recent workshop. This report is a work in progress, and attached to this document for councillors' information. Finance and the Senior Grants Audit Officer will continue to refine the report to ensure that it continues to report up-to-date and relevant data. Included also for council's information is a grant activity summary, which is a 3-month snapshot of our new grant applications, successful grant applications and unsuccessful grant applications. Again, this report is a work in progress and will be refined as we continue. The budget for 24-25 financial year is scheduled to be adopted at a special budget meeting on the 10th of July of this year. So that concludes the summary of the financials for the month. So happy to take any questions. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, GM Jarvis. Is there any questions for GM Jarvis? Everyone's happy. That was actually a very good report, so thank you very much. So we've got that report on the table as it stands. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay, so the next item is item number 11.6, is that correct? Yeah, 11.6 on page 149. So this is the Register of Fees and Charges schedule for 24-25. So the officer's recommendation is, officers, that pursuant to section 97(2) of the Local Government Act 2009, the Register of Fees and Charges to the 2024-2025 year be adopted and are to take effect from the 1st of July 2024. Do we have a mover? And do we have a seconder? So Councillor Height and Councillor Little, thank you very much. Okay, now I actually, for here, I'm going to speak for the Mayor. There's a little note here, except for the 19th, so I don't know what page this is on, but with the fees and charges, they've got charges now for the 1913 Chambers and the Proston Culturals. Is that the Proston? What page again, Councillor Height? So I'm just trying to find it here. I don't have pages of the report. So through, I think, CEO Mark, as I said, I've got notes here. 170, thank you, I've just gone past it then. Okay, so there are fees and charges here for the 1913 Chambers for $10 and for commercial, and also there are charges for the Proston Railway building, I think it was. Yeah, 176. And I think Councillor Mayor Duff was actually wanting those charges to be dropped, if I remember rightly. Do we have any questions or comments with regards to that? Yes, CEO Mark?
From my note, at a minimum, that Proston Railway building be brought into line at a minimum. Her preference was to have those two removed, but if not, the Proston Railway building shouldn't be $20 an hour, it should be $10 the hour, same as the 13 Chambers. But yeah, preference was to have them removed.
I think I'd support dropping.
Councillor Erkins?
I would support dropping.
Okay, so you would support dropping the 1913 Chambers to zero and the Proston Railway building to zero as well. So we will need the movers and the seconders. So we've got Councillor Height and Councillor Little who have moved and seconded that motion. So if we're going to change that, we need their, whether they agree to that or not. Councillor Height?
Oh, sorry, getting a bit warm here now. I'm taking my jacket off just as I'm speaking, sorry. I think we've got to consider equity here. For example, if it's $10 an hour, local groups get it for 90% discount. They get it for $1 an hour. We do have to clean these facilities. They do have to be maintained. I think if anything's free, people don't respect it. So they'll say, well, look, I'm going to book it every Wednesday for the rest of the year. And then they may not use it, but they don't care because they haven't paid anything. Even if they're paying $1 an hour, so if it's a 5-hour meeting, it's cost you $5. At least you think about it before you book it. So I'm not in favour of having no fees. Happy to make it $10 an hour, and that's with the 90% discount for the community groups. But we've also got to be equitable. Yes, if you live in Proston, why should you have free access to a hall? If you live in one of the other towns in the region, you don't have access to a free hall. So I think there should be a charge. The Proston Railway building, I mean, I know it reasonably well. It's a lovely little meeting. It does have heaters. Who's paying for the electricity? I'm going to book it 4 days for the rest of the year, and I'll leave the heaters on all day. The rest of the ratepayers are paying for it. But if I'm paying $1 an hour, I'm going to think about it a little bit. Same with the 1913, 1912, whatever year they are, chambers. Again, if you've just got to pay a bit of money, you will think about it. Because I know with some of these halls, people do book them every day or 2 days a week for the rest of the year, just in case we have a meeting. So I'm not in favour of making it zero. I don't think anybody appreciates something if it's zero. And seriously, if you can hire the whole thing for $5 for 5 hours, I don't think you've got too much to complain about, and you will hopefully take the key back on time, otherwise you'll be charged another $1 for the next hour.
Councillor Deneen?
Yes, I agree with Councillor Height that I believe it needs to be equitable. That was a valid point about which area you live. That's a very small amount to pay towards the costs that we have, which are ongoing. And if we were looking at full cost recovery fees, that would be much more than that. So I really think that it's, I know all community groups are struggling and it's difficult, but this is a minimal fee and I think it adds to the users' respect of the building.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Erkins?
I don't think that somebody who has to pay $1 an hour, really, it's not going to cover our costs or anything. How long have we been renting it out? And we've been renting it out for nothing. And how well has that worked? Has it ever been an issue down there? So I just think we're sort of probably pulling, making an issue out of something. I mean, it's an old building. I don't think it's
When
booked
you're
out.
talking about the 1912
Yeah.
across the
The King or I one, 1913. I mean, if it's community groups, it's $1. It's probably more. Probably costs you more to actually do a receipt out than what the $1 costs. So I just think it's being a bit petty myself, but I'm happy to go with the majority.
Okay. Councillor Height, so you mentioned you'd be willing to take Proston down to $10 in line with the 1913
Happy
chambers?
with that, yes.
Okay, so that would be as amended then in the
Recommendation.
yeah,
Or in the
thank you.
motion, sorry.
So, yep, so that was the, Councillor Height, did you have anything else?
I was going to make another comment, but I'll let the guys catch up.
Okay, once this is done, I will need the movers and the seconders' approval on this one.
All right, let's.
Can I have the approval of the seconder and the mover, please? Yes, thank you. Councillor Height, you agreed. Councillor Little, you agreed. Thank you very much. Councillor Height.
No, I was just going to make a comment. It is really challenging with all of these fees and charges we have to do. And I know that the manager in charge of that spoke to us in a workshop about this and the challenges of trying to make it equitable. And I would like to say this isn't set in stone. If we find there's an inequity, I'm happy for people to come back. We can revisit it. We're trying to be fair to everybody and we're trying to get funds in to try and maintain our facilities. It's always a juggling act. For example, with swimming pools, it never covers the cost of the swimming pools, but at the same time, we don't want it. Other people say, well, why am I paying for swimming pools when I don't use them? My argument would always be that we have an obligation to teach children to swim and to keep them safe. So do we make it really cheap, really expensive, or slightly in between? There's no perfect answer. We have done our best in trying to set these prices, but happy to, if people have an issue with a particular thing, we are happy to discuss it and bring it back, because we do want to try and make it equitable, both in terms of charging and in terms of the revenue we receive towards all of the ratepayers.
Very
big long blurb.
Very well said, Councillor Height. And I think the Mayor would say something along the lines of, you always bring us back down to earth when it comes to monetary items. So thank you. Okay, so we have the motion in front of us, which is that pursuant to section 97(2) of the Local Government Act 2009, the register of fees and charges for the 2024 and 2025 year be adopted and are to take effect from the 1st of July 2024 as amended, with Proston Railway Building $10 per hour with the local discount to remain. So all those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, so next on the list is 11.7, which is on page 205. So item number 11.7 is the tractor. Yes, replace tractor 4007. So we have that. Okay, so can we just move up a little bit? Okay, so the 11.7 is that council purchase from Seng's Sales and Service 1 Massey Ferguson 7S 145 for $212,175, excluding GST. The expected delivery date is approximately 4 weeks. This can change depending on units available at the time of order. Okay. Do we have a mover and a seconder for the track for this one? Councillor Dineen, thank you very much. Seconded by Councillor Sanders. Any discussion with regards to this particular one? You've got the report there that came with this. Any discussions on that one? If not, we'll just go straight to the vote. Okay. No. That's the next one. Yep. No. Okay, so rightio. Okay, right now we will put that one to the vote. So that one is that the council purchased from Sing Sales and Service 1 Massey Ferguson S7145 for $212,175, excluding GST. The expected delivery date approximately 4 weeks. This can change depending on units available at the time of order. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay, so we have Councillor Sanders and Councillor Erkins leaving the building. Yes, Elvis has left the building. Leaving the room. Okie dokes. We've had Councillor Erkins and Councillor Sanders leave the meeting as per the interests earlier on in the meeting that was mentioned. So we've got I'm on the wrong page here. So we've got, so next up it's, thank you, 216. So it's item 11.8, which is the SBRC Q 2023/2415, replace grader 1509 on page 216. So offers of recommendation. So what we might actually have a chat with this because there's 2 recommendations here. So we might have a discussion on this one before we actually put it to is that all right? CMO? We might have a discussion first before we put it to the vote because there is a choice here of the 2. So Councillor Height.
Well, just my question was, which we discussed a little bit yesterday in the workshop, the John Deere is obviously a lot more expensive, but my understanding is that it's available a lot quicker, and so that cost saving. But is it still available quickly? Because there was some conjecture that it may not be available quickly, in which case we're continuing to hire a grader, which is expensive. Could somebody expand on that a little?
Councillor, sorry.
General
Manager Jarvis.
Councillor, sorry, I'll just... yes, that's correct. There's 4 units. We've just been advised there's 4 units available now in Australia.
Oh, good.
So does that mean it would be available straight away? Because it's, if we got the grader quickly, it says here we're saving $117,000 in external plant hire. And I think the John Deere is available straight away.
That's correct, and it has been confirmed directly with John Deere that
So
they
it
are
would
available.
be available straight away?
Correct.
So basically that makes the cost reasonably even?
It does. I think the difference in the cost was, from memory with that report, was about $8,000, taking into consideration the higher fees of the other plant that the staff are currently using, and then with the capacity to deliver earlier, and that's offset the cost. So there's a difference of $8,000.
Yeah.
Okay, councillor Height, did you want to move a motion?
GM Meehan, through you, Madam Chair, does GM Meehan just want to give us a bit of a summary of the difference
Okay.
between the two of them?
Yeah. Okay, over to you, GM Meehan.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So, if you just have a look at the report, Council, and without stealing Susan's thunder, I think her team have done a great job putting together a evaluation there. So there's a comparison there. I think it's just a decision for Council around which machine is the preference. 217, page 217, highlights the team's feelings on the John Deere, but obviously the whole of life cost is fairly comparable with that saving that the councillor just mentioned there before. So that would be in council's consideration. Generally, by looking at that there, the main difference is the John Deere has slightly more power, which is obviously advantageous and uses slightly less fuel. But that, I'll just highlight the fuel comparison is taken into consideration with the whole of life cost, obviously. The Komatsu machine is cheaper. And then you've got comparable residual values on the machines. They're also presented in the report as well. So the preference from the team is the John Deere based on the detail in page 217 there for council. I think that the main consideration is the feedback from the team, but also that delivery time frame as well is fairly advantageous for the John as well. If that helps. I'm trying not to influence your decision. It's
No, look, that's really good.
It's either that, but
Okay, thank you. That's very much appreciated. Look, I personally believe we do have to take the account of the staff using the vehicles. I know which option I think I would prefer, and that is the John Deere, but I will take, let's go around the room. So, Councillor Little.
Thank you. So, in the recommendation, it says the Komatsu had the lowest purchase price, best whole of life costs, highest warranty score, and the highest total evaluation score of 4.79. And council already has 4 of these graders currently in the fleet. So, and I believe that the time frame on ordering that machine is lower now than 5 to 6 months that was mentioned in the report. Could you confirm that for me, please?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, that, Councillor, that was a verbal. We only received advice on that yesterday. When we assessed the tenders, they were assessed on the information provided at the time. However, I do believe that there was information gained yesterday to say that there possibly could be a shorter time, but we haven't received anything. My staff are just... we've just received, well, verbally, we have received that machine could be here in 12 weeks. But that's a verbal confirmation.
Okay.
And so are you absolutely guaranteed to have the John Deere here within the 6-week time frame?
Yep, yep.
Through you, Mayor, I'm just getting confirmation here from my team who are teamsing in at the moment or watching the meeting. And yes, the answer is yes. They're guaranteed the 6 weeks for the John Deere. Councillor?
Thank you.
Councillor Deneen?
Just reading further down into the report, it does seem that there are big advantages to the John Deere highlighted by the people who drive them. And also the John Deere has greater accessibility to servicing components because we don't want anything to go wrong with the machine, but when you have a machine that has a big wait time if you've got parts coming, makes a huge difference to the cost in the long run.
Thank you very much. So we're going to have to move a motion here. So, Councillor Dineen.
Happy to move the motion that we purchase the John Deere.
Okay, so you're moving the motion that council purchase from RDI Equipment one John Deere JD 670 GP for $724,909 excluding GST, with the expected delivery date approximately 6 weeks, noting this can change depending on units availability at the time of order. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you're moving that one. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Height, thank you very much. Any questions or comments? All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. You can bring the others back, thank you. Oh, Heath, sorry, Heath will have to stay out. We now have Councillor Erkins back in the room. So we are now up to 11.9, which is contractual arrangements entered into over 200,000 excluding GST, which is on page 229 of the agendas. So this is a report to be received for information. So officer's recommendation that this report be received for information. I'll just get a mover and a second for this. So moved Councillor Height, seconded Councillor Little. Thank you very much. Was there any discussions on this, Councillor Height?
The only comment I was going to make is because we're putting in solar panels, I'm looking forward to seeing Ergon Energy electricity not in the list of over 200,000.
The prices of electricity at the moment, good luck. Okay, so we've got that motion in. We're just accepting the report for information. So no more questions or comments. We'll like to vote on that one. So all those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay, we are now up to item 12.1. So we've got item 12.1 in front of you. Hang on. And 12.1 is on page 234. So we've got that the council, so officer's recommendation is that the council endorse the submission of the list of nominated projects under the 2024 to 27 Works for Queensland program for assessment by the Department of State Development, Infrastructure, Local Government and Planning under the following categories. So you've got the livability infrastructure communities at 1.1 million. You've got livability infrastructure parks at 1,555,303. You've got organisational excellence at 420,000, transport infrastructure drainage, 1,012,214. You've got the transport infrastructure curb and medians at 1,517,169. And then you've got the transport infrastructure roads, 2,045,314, and the water wastewater infrastructure at 790,000. So do we have a mover and a seconder for this one? Councillor Dineen and Councillor Little, thank you very much. Councillor Little. Seconder for Little, yeah, Councillor Little. Thank you. Now, any questions or comments with regards to this? Councillor Little.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just want to say thank you to the rest of the councillors for how we worked together to come up with this value for money Works for Queensland projects, and the GMs as well, their support in getting us to this stage. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, Councillor Haidt?
Yes, we all love Works for Queensland. It's the most fantastic initiative. Very much hope that after the next state government election that they continue to support Works for Queensland, because I think it is an absolute game changer for local councils. Love it. Within the South Burnett, I'll just stand on my little soapbox for a few minutes. You knew it was coming. You knew, get the violins out. Division 6 is, of course, so much larger than the other divisions in the South Burnett. It is 40%. So within Division 6, there is 1 town and 6 villages. So I do feel that this money does get spread a bit thinly across the little villages, which is disappointing, but you know, the state government decide on the divisions, but I do think we should advocate to get these divisions evened up a bit, because I feel some of these little villages miss out a bit when money is divided per division. But I would just like to make mention of Councillor Deneen. Out of the 2.5 million allocated to Kingaroy, has allocated 100,000 to a new playground in Memorandee. Now, Memorandee has featured in occasional reports to council over the last few years, and not always with unbridled joy. So I'm excited that this is something new. There's now quite a lot of people live in Memorandee, and it's beginning to grow as a community. But there's no playground of any sort, and nowhere for the community other than one park bench. So I'm really excited, and I'm keen to work with the community there, whether we can start to get a bit of a playground and help that community grow as a community, that they can, hopefully the shop reopens, and that, you know, the young mums can meet and the kids can play on the playground, and we can grow that community. So I'm looking forward to that, and I do thank Councillor Deneen for allocating 100,000 from her allocation to Memorandee. But no, basically, what's not to love about Works for Queensland?
Thank you, Councillor Haidt. Any other questions or comments? Okay, well, we might move that motion as read. All those in favour? Thank you. Unanimous. I didn't think there'd be anyone against that one. Who doesn't love it? Okay, so we are now up to item number 13. So 13.1 under the livability, page 260. So this is a negotiated decision. So it's the officer's recommendation that the council resolves to approve the negotiated decision notice as amended, ENG 22, for a material change of use for function facility and food and drink outlet, development permit and reconfiguring a lot for access easement, development permit at 20 Fork Hill Drive and 80 and 89 Waterview Drive, Moffatdale, as described as lot RP 903441, lot 131 on SP 221464, and lot 94 on SP 210658. Subject to the amended conditions package, and you'll see them all in front of you. I'm not going to read them all out. This is just too long to be reading out. So I might hand over to Manager Leo. So did you want to put a comment here for this one? Thank you.
Thanks, Acting Mayor, Deputy Mayor. This report just outlines the representations that have been made by the applicant for Dusty Hill. As part of their original approval that was provided earlier in the year, the applicant has made representations to council within the due timeframes on several conditions that had been imposed. Just to go through those through those conditions that have been asked for, which is outlined in the report. There's a few of them there with respect. A couple of them were to do with acoustics, the requirement of an acoustic report. That representation's been further assessed, and our recommendation is that the condition be deleted, and that's outlined in the report. The second one was the hours of operation. So the original condition there was quite restricted, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday to Saturday. Obviously, with that type of function and land use there, that condition was seen as quite restrictive. What we're proposing is a modified condition around the hours of operation, and that's now Gen 10 condition, which is bolded in the conditions, which allows a 6 a.m. to 12 midnight operation to allow for that facility to operate and function well. The other one condition that was asked for to consider was the amplified sound, so Gen 13 that was imposed about no amplified sound. That's been further reviewed and assessed, and it's recommended to council that that be removed. And there's other conditions there with respect to roadworks, with respect to the sealing of the roads, Waterview Road that's currently unsealed, and that was partly to address also a submitter's item of concern regarding dust with vehicular movements. And as a result, council's planning and engineering staff have considered that request, and as a result, revised conditions have been proposed in this report to council for its consideration. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the councillors to Leo with regards to this application? Councillor Erkins.
I'm just confirming that the condition is on the road, that the applicant bitumens from the start of the highway coming into their gate, and then they have a road closure and they're responsible for the rest. Am I correct?
That hasn't been changed since the report, barring the temporary road closure, not a permanent road closure on the past the gate.
Yep.
Sorry. And it's not from the highway, but from the end of the seal to the gate
right,
is
sorry.
that's still as discussed.
Councillor Deneen.
And the time frame for that is before the opening of which part of the project?
If we could just scroll to the engineering conditions 21 and 22 on the screen. Should be on page 266. So the sealing is obviously prior to the commencement of the use, and then the modified condition of condition 22 with respect to within a certain time frame in terms of the application for a temporary road closure. So that hasn't changed. Yeah.
Any other questions or comments on this one?
Sorry. So can I just clarify? So what councillor, somebody said the bitumen up until chainage 900 and then a temporary road closure to the facility. Is that correct?
Yeah, so my understanding is I think the change takes it up to around about the end of the cul-de-sac, or the current what looks like a cul-de-sac head at the gate, and then the area from the current gate down to that culvert down as you go down that dirt part of the road is actually currently still road reserve, and what we're asking the applicant is to apply for a temporary road closure over that portion of the land, as outlined in condition 22.
So in that way, if you know, residents are not happy with that road, it becomes the responsibility of the facility, not the responsibility of council to maintain that road.
That's correct.
I'm certainly happy with reducing the noise acoustic. I think that was possibly a bit of overkill, and you know, and obviously it's got to go through till midnight. If you're having a wedding, nobody wants to go home at 6 o'clock. So I'm actually happy with those modifications. I think they make it practical, and certainly, hopefully Dusty Hill gets busier, and, you know, if at some stage that road needs upgrading, that's not a responsibility of the ratepayer, that is a responsibility of the owner.
Thank you, Councillor Height. Councillor Deneen?
Just further to that point, I just wanted to clarify there, before the commencement of use of, because there are part of that facility is currently being used. So prior to the commencement of the larger part of the facility, which is the cellar door restaurant, but not the rooms that are currently being leased.
I might, actually, I'm going to hand to CEO Malcolm.
It is, well, I'm happy to yield to greater knowledge too. The prior to commencement of use, it would be a part of negotiations as to getting it done. The facility, so just another side point, so one of the submitters requested 50 kilometre zone, so the whole area now is under a 50 kilometre speed limit. So that's been done, so that will assist with dust and other nuisance. The facility is being used and given timeframes to get that section sealed for the new part of the development. The applicant has actually requested to be able to continue his operations, and I don't know how you delineate, and this would be probably, I would imagine, I'm looking at Leo as he's probably going to shudder with what I say next, but the practicalities of it would be, prior to commencement of use, would be part of the negotiation and discussion about the implementation and the checking off of the conditions. So the new section, you have to go through the old section to get to the new section, so you're going to be using the section of road to get to the new section. So you're not allowed to turn on, which is one of these things. So I'm not sure whether we need to change it, but it would be part of the practical rollout of the conditions as to the timing of the seal and the operation of the facility.
Yeah, just to add to that, what the CEO said is that at the end of the day, the negotiated decisions to do with the combined application for the function facility and the food and drink outlet, which is that portion that we're considering.
I'm confused now, but.
Yeah.
So, because when he starts having weddings down there, there will be a lot more traffic going down that road. So, will he need to have that done before he starts doing big functions at the back?
It's a stage development. So if I go back 2 steps without overcomplicating it, he actually conducts weddings and musical facilities and does a whole range of things now. So people drive over the section of road that we're talking about now to access the site. This condition has been in prior approvals, so it's been a long term, and the applicant has asked for, he would like to do further development, which will have its own approval process in due course, probably not for the next couple of years, I would suspect, from the way he's talking about his own timing. Now, that's his business, but he's got a stage development, so there is another parcel of land down there that he can yet continue to develop into another facility. So it's, to my mind, so there's already people traversing over, and weddings and functions traversing over this section of road. So part of the discussion and negotiation is the timing of the seal, how that rolls out and how that works. People will continue to utilise that road to access the site, even if it's not sealed in the short term, is basically where I'm going.
Councillor Height.
So I just feel that Engineering 21 timing prior to commencement of use is incredibly ambiguous, and should we change that to a definite date? And then if it's not done by then we have, resource to some compliance issues, whereas prior to commencement of use, well, it's already being used. So I just think, can we change that? What would you suggest to make sure it happens?
Did one of the GMs or managers want to comment on that one?
Look, I think it'd be fair and reasonable to we could change that if council wishes to change that timing condition to 6 months, within a period of 6 months.
Sorry, and so,
It's up to the council.
yeah. So what happens if it's not sealed within the timing that we request?
It then becomes a compliance issue.
Yeah. Whereas prior to commencement of use is difficult to enforce when we're not quite, because it's been being used for some years.
Given our own projects, would it be practical to be able to do that in 6 months? I mean,
Maybe 12 months.
Yeah, I would say at least 12.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
happy with that. At least then we have a definite date to make sure it happens.
Just I don't know if it's designed or, and then again, I'm not advocating for, but just the practicality. If we put a time limit on there, that if we go down this path, if I was the applicant, and I know I've had multiple conversations, he would say prior to commencement of stage 3, so which is yet to be submitted. So that would be, I'd say, at least 2 years away, but 6 months, I can't see it. Honestly, couldn't see it being done in 6 months.
Councillor Sanders.
Isn't some of that new development being utilised now though? Already? Currently? Like some of the new area is already being utilised now.
My understanding is it's the accommodation component is being utilised at the moment in that new area, not the function area, distillery area.
So the accommodation section would be the extra traffic that you're already going to get is already happening. They've already got the winery and already got the restaurant operating, so it's not going to alter that.
Look, I think it's a fine line. The conditions were imposed initially to address submitters' concerns. So there was a submitter to the original application with respect to both, I suppose, a speed control environment which was generating dust from traffic movements. Since those discussions and representations have been made, the submitter has indicated if certain actions were taken that would appease their concerns. So already, as has been noted, the speed limit has already been reduced along Waterview Drive, and it's of an understanding that definitely with a lower speed environment that the dust generated would be minimal compared to the speed previously. But obviously going forward, look, it's up to the council to decide, okay, what is an acceptable time frame for the applicant to provide that sealed section of road, but also bearing in mind that we did have a submitter, but in saying that the speed environment, etc., has also been reduced. So it's sort of just a bit of it's a balance.
Right, I might hand over to CEO Mark. Did you want to? Oh, we'll go to Deb first. Councillor Deneen.
Could I suggest that we change that time frame to prior to the commencement of stage 3, or instead of the 12 months? So that means a definite, the stage 3 is documented.
So, I mean, we've got. Did we have a movement? We can change it. Now, we don't have a mover or a seconder on this one as yet, so things can be changed. So if you want to change that prior to commencement or 12 months or 2 years.
I think I'd go with, I'm happy with 18 months, but I'd just like a definite date in there, so then if it's not done, because if stage 3 doesn't happen, then it'll never happen. So I feel it should be done. It's a professional location, it's a great venue, and it should be professional by having the bitumen road, and then past chainage 900, it becomes the owner of the property's responsibility. So I think we need a definite date there.
Okay.
So I'm happy with 12 or 18 months.
18 months. Councillor Deneen.
I think that's a valid point, and I'd be happy with the 18 months.
Okay. So, CEO Mark, if we want to change that to prior to commencement to 18 months from, would that be today's date or?
Would be from the issuing of of the notice.
Okay.
Just to bear in mind that as part of this process, the applicant's appeal period would recommence once the notice is issued. I think they have a couple more days if they wanted to appeal anything further, or if they're not happy with the negotiated decision side of things. But then also the submitter has an appeal period as well. So just to bear that in mind, that's just a due process.
So is that 18 months be after all that appeal period has finished? And approvals and everything, so after, or is it from when you do the approval?
Usually we'd say from the decision notice being issued.
Okay, thank you very much. So from what I'm understanding from the chambers now is that we're changing that one condition of timing to 18 months from approval. Is that correct? Is that correct, Leo?
Sorry, Deputy Mayor. The wording could be timing completed with 18 months from the date of this decision notice or of council's decision. Does that make sense?
Yep. Are all the councillors happy with that one? We'll soon know. We're going to put it to the vote. So can I have a mover? If there's no more discussions, can I have a mover and a seconder for this motion? Oh, hang on. Did you want to say something?
Was it also
Councillor?
mentioned about the infrastructure charges? Is that a separate?
The infrastructure charges are a separate and parallel process. So there's a notice of infrastructure charge. It doesn't impact this decision notice. The forms have been sent, so the applicant has made representations about offsetting the charge or doing other things. So we've sent them the information for the 50%, which is in line with current council policy. And then if they wish to make further representations on that, that'll be its own process, but it doesn't impact this decision notice.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So if there's no more questions or comments with regards to this one, we will. We didn't get a mover and a seconder. Okay. Can I have a mover and a seconder for this one? Do we have a mover? Councillor Deneen, a seconder. Councillor Little. Okay. So it's going to be as read. So all those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you very much. Right. Thank you, planning team. Okay, the next one is 13.2, which is on page 317. So 13.2 is the trustee lease of Bowie Hall and Recreation Reserve. So there's an officer's recommendation here that the South Burnett Regional Council, in accordance with section 2361B2 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, applies to dispose of the valuable non-current asset by way of entering a trustee lease for lot 129 on SP 115387 to the Bowie Hall and Recreation Reserve Association Incorporated for a term of 10 years. And number 2, pursuant to section 2571B of the Local Government Act 2009, the South Burnett Regional Council delegates to the Chief Executive Officer the power to negotiate, finalise and execute the trustee lease with the Bowie Hall and Recreation Reserve Association Incorporated on terms and conditions the Chief Executive Officer reasonably considers satisfactory to the Council. Can we have a mover? Councillor Erkins, second, Councillor Deneen. Thank you very much. Councillor Erkins.
I'd just like to congratulate the committee and council for working something out. They're a committee that have been going for some time. I think the current president, I think the Hall are looking to celebrate their 100 years, and I think their president has been involved for nearly all that time. So, yeah, they really are. They're a very small committee, and they're very keen to get some new members, and I know they're doing a targeted campaign to try and get more people. So it's just great to see that they've sort of got away, and I know they were very, very appreciative of council staff who came out and got them organised, because they really were struggling with where they could go, as I said, with such a, you know, small, they're a very small committee, but they're very keen and, you know, active committee.
Thank you very much, Councillor Erkins. And it's a great little hall for the community. I think I learnt to dance out there because the gentlemen out there are just fantastic dancers. So thank you to them. But so, Councillor Erkins, did you have anything more to say?
No. No.
Okay. So we've got the motion in front of us, which has been moved by Councillor Erkins, seconded by Councillor Deneen. The motion is as read. With regards to the Bowie Hall, if there's no more questions or comments, we'll put that one straight to the vote. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Right, how good is this? Okay, the next one is item 13.3, which is licence to occupy. Curtain call, page 322. Councillor Erkins.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I would like to have this matter lay on the table until after we have had an opportunity to discuss more with the relevant people interested there.
Okay, so we've got that the item lay on the table, moved by Councillor Erkins, seconded by Councillor Height. I'm just waiting for the others to catch up here. Okay, we'll put this one straight to the vote then, that the matter lay on the table. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you very much. Okie dokes. So, next up, we've got item number 13.4, which is the RADF Round 2 grant applications, which is on page 325. Okay, so you've got the list in front of you of the RADF grant applications. So the officer's recommendation for the RADF Round 2 2024 grant approvals be adopted by council. So we've got approved of $3,000 for South Burnett CTC for a mural project for Kingaroy Youth Park. It's been approved for the Noosa Film Academy for $3,000 for a youth screenplay acting screen production workshop. It's been approved by the committee for the Kingaroy State School P&C Association for a textiles workshop and fabric bookmark for $2,909. And it's been approved for Mrs. Ruth Ellington at the Imagination Studio for $3,000. So with the total grant approval, with a total grant allocation of $11,909, which is within the remaining budget. So any questions or comments, Councillor Erkins?
Oh, sorry.
Councillor Deneen.
Where is the youth screenplay acting workshop going to be held?
This year I'm actually not 100%, I can't remember. Councillor Erkins, do you remember where that one was? Was it Proston?
Sorry.
There was, look.
Screen production. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was a Proston one, yeah.
Great opportunity for young people.
Yep.
To involved with something like that.
They actually do usually spread themselves around to a few of the different schools and like and everything like that. So it's actually pretty good
Sorry,
for
I think
the
that's
students.
incorrect. It says SBRC has supported project through RADF in 2020-23 in Proston, and prior to that in Mergen. This project is likely to be in another school. So it doesn't actually specify, or have I got that
It
wrong?
did on the original application that
Oh, did
the
it?
committee had.
Sure.
So the committee, so this has already been through the the Arts, Culture and Heritage Advisory Committee. So we have the members of the panel on the Arts, Culture and Heritage Advisory Committee that have already been through these applications. Hence, some are approved, some are not approved. So because it's come to council and it's been approved means all that other further information has been put through to the committee. Did you want me to hand over to GM Peterson for any further clarification? Or is the council okay with this? If there's no further questions or comments from the councillors,
Where other ones are actually saying that they were approved. I don't think it was approved. I think they were waiting. Maybe that didn't come in.
Are you reading that above the
Yep,
applicant?
yep.
Yeah, that's for the one before. The Noosa Film Academy one, this project is recommended.
the Noosa Film Academy has been approved. It was the one above it,
Yeah.
okay. Yep. And, well, I think they actually pulled theirs because they're going to apply else for another round on that
I
one.
just wanted to see that any organisation that's applied that doesn't meet the guidelines are given that information.
Yes, so when we send them the letter back, they are given the reasons why. We have actually, most of them are usually contacted during the course of this because the committee come back and ask for more information or more questions, more comments. So, no worries. Councillor Sanders?
Can we find out where that Noosa Film Academy one is this year?
Yeah, I can actually let you know after the meeting because I will have it in my meeting reports from the Arts, Culture and Heritage.
So it is in the South Burnett?
Oh, they are always in the South Burnett. We would, it's got to be the rules and regulations for us to support any arts application means that it has to benefit the South Burnett residents. And okay, so it's got to be within the South Burnett, yes. Any other questions or comments with regards to this application? Okay, if there's no further questions or comments, I would like to move this as read with regards to the application for the RADF Round 2 2024 grant applications. So do we have a mover? No, we don't have a mover. Can we have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Erkins, Councillor Little, thank you. Okay, so all those in favour? Unanimous, thank you very much. And I have been saved by the Mayor. She is back. So I will now hand back to Madam Mayor. We have just finished that, so we are down to this one. So 332. I'll just put you to the right page. There.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Potter. Just moving right along. So we're up to item 13.5. So those who are on live stream and for the benefit of the gallery, so and the councillors, we've just had an announcement that the opposition, Dutton, the federal opposition, have announced Toorong as a potential nuclear station in our region. If they get elected into the future, they want to have it as one of the sites. So that's what the interviews have been about all morning, about what our position is and what our community's position is. So I've been saying that we're pleased that we're being considered because there's concerns about the rollout of renewables, and at least it's an option to be considered on the table because would tick some boxes for us with the loss of jobs, potential loss of jobs with Tarong. Apparently nuclear has about the same amount of jobs or more, and but I did flag that we still have to go out to our region, to go out to the. I need to talk to our councillors and our council team and our community before we make a final decision as to that's what we actually are supporting. But it's just I'm pleased that we at least have that option as a consideration. So that's what I've been saying on the radios and the TV interviews this morning. So I just want to flag with you that that's what why I've been out of the chamber. So anyway, we'll move on to item 13.5, waiving of building and plumbing application fees, South Bennett Saints, on page 332. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council waives 50% of the building and plumbing application fees as per the consideration of applications for reduction in council's fees and charges, building, plumbing and planning applications policy strategic 017, and contributes the remaining 50% as in-kind support from the community grant process. Could I have someone to move that, please? Councillor Height, seconded Deputy Mayor Potter. Speakers or any... Deputy Mayor Potter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, this is a great opportunity for us as a council to be truly supporting our local sporting club. They've gone out there, they've done the hard work, they've received some grants. So I think that this is the least we can do to support them as a council, because the improvement it's going to make to that area is just going to be phenomenal. So congratulations to them, and I truly support this application.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Councillor Height.
You think I'm always going to say no, don't you? But no, I'm fully supportive of this. I love it when groups go out, and I know the Saints are a very proactive group. They're building a changing room at a great facility, so I'm 100% supportive.
That's fantastic, Councillor Hyde. Any other discussion? Are you ready to vote? Deputy Mayor Potter.
I just need to make sure, I'm just trying to read this. So this definitely means we're going to give them 100% of the fees for the building and applications.
We certainly are. So a fee needs to be paid, so they get 50% write-off under the policy as it stands, and they ask for 100. And supporting what the councillor, so out of a potential $650,000 build, at the time we met with them, they'd already raised $500,000. So for $800 or thereabouts, it's a tremendous investment into women's sport and sport in general with the change room and facilities. So the 50%, the remaining 50% in kind can come out of the community grants process. So it'll be an internal transfer. We'll pay the other 50% out of the grant process.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Does that need to be in the wording, or is that an automatic that will come out of that?
That's where it's in there, out of community grant process, and then it's a properly made application because the fees are paid.
Thank you very much.
So it's been moved and seconded and we're ready to vote. So all those in favour? Oh, sorry, Councillor Sam.
Just want it noted that if other sporting groups and that can come up with the same sort of deal, like across the region, that they are aware of that as well, like Mergen or Blackbutt or whoever does it, like if they know that...
Yeah, well, if anyone, and generally a lot of these we find out about when they approach us. So yeah, just come talk to us and we'd be happy to help.
So thank you for raising that, Councillor Sandon. But do you think it's out there enough, CEO Mark? Do we need to put a press release out, or you think?
Oh, I don't know that we need a press release, Mayor. It is, I mean, and this one's, when you look at the volume of what it is, I mean, if we're putting up a shed and the fee was $100 or something like that, just to be flippant, yeah, I mean, they get 50%. The policy is 50%. As of course, it's only with these ones that are, again, either an exception or outside the policy that they need to come through a process. So, given the size and scope of this project, it's a good one to support. But certainly put the word out if anyone wants to come talk to us. Happy to have a chat.
Thank you. So we're ready to vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So now we're moving on to item 13.6 on page 334. So that one is Protecting the Great Barrier Reef Community Stewardship Program Round 1. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council apply for the Community Stewardship Grant Program. 1, to assist landholders to target weed control in riparian areas, wetlands and ecosystems, to care for the Great Barrier Reef, and 2, build long-term community stewardship and enhance commitment to protect and care for the reef. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor, is that Councillor Sander, your light on? Did you want to move it, or?
I'll move it too.
Councillor Sander has moved that. Someone to second that? Councillor Deneen. Speakers, so Councillor Sander.
I think this is probably a good thing to apply for, and this just brings back what I've been saying from the start, from the election, is trying to bring back the land care and our own spray teams within council, so that we can do things like this and monitor things. And our roadways, our road edges are being neglected at the present time with land tenure and groundsel and stuff like that. So if we can bring things back to council and try and rectify our roadways before we start approaching property owners to try and be compliant, I think it's a good outcome.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Sander. Any other comments, questions? 100% agree with you. So I think that it's a good one to apply for. So if there's no further discussion, we've got Councillor Sanders moved it and Councillor Deneen has seconded it. So I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. So now we're moving on to the minutes of the Arts, Culture and Heritage Advisory Committee on page 363. It's item 13.7. So the recommendation is that the minutes of the South Bennett Regional Council Arts, Culture and Heritage Advisory Committee meetings listed below be received and noted. 1, meeting minutes November 2023. 2, meeting minutes February 2024. 3, meeting draft minutes April 18th, 2024. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Potter, seconded Councillor Deneen. Any discussion? Councillor Height.
Can I just ask why the 3 minutes are all coming, 3 meeting minutes are all coming together, and why they weren't done at the time, please?
Would someone from that committee like to, or General Manager?
Yeah, through you,
Leanne?
Acting Mayor, I'm not unaware of why the November one didn't come through, but I would imagine February and April, just through the caretaker mode, it must have been held over. So, yeah, sorry, I'm unaware of the November one. I say they've just tidied up and noticed that it got missed, so bring it all back in and have it all ratified.
Any other questions? So it's been moved by Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Deneen. We'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. So now we're moving on to item 13.8 on page 374, list of correspondence pending completion of assessment report. So if I could have someone to move that one, please. Councillor Erkins. Someone to second that, Councillor Potter. So, Councillor Sander, you have a comment, question?
Just wanted to follow up with more information of the reconfiguration of lot at Hager Drive, Moffedale.
So are we taking that as a question on notice, or can someone?
So which number was it, Heath? Councillor?
Number 3.
Number 3.
Can any of the GMs answer that, or do we take it on
Question
notice?
on notice, thanks, Mayor. So,
Question on notice.
So these ones haven't been completed; they're still in the system. But yeah, if we bring them back as a question on notice, yeah,
Councillor Height.
be great.
Yeah, I'm just interested in the 2 big ones, which is number 2 and number 4, 5 lots into 25 lots in Blackbutt North, and Bridget Carroll Road 1 lot into 31 lots. Just if we could get an update on the information. They're big developments, and it's exciting, but we'd just like a bit more information, but happy to take it on notice, please.
Thank you. So we'll take that as question on notice. So I just also wanted to thank the CEO, because I know that a lot of these they've been a long time coming there, and that his CEO has been working hard with the planning team to get these put to this to working to get them on the table. So I just want to give a shout out to the CEO, Mark, for his work managing these applications. So it's been moved by Councillor Erkin, seconded by Councillor Potter. Put it to the... Oh, sorry, Councillor Little. I don't know, I've got a blind spot there. I missed you every time, sorry.
Right. The CEO or somebody, does this report just mean that these items are in for assessment or they've been approved?
Good
I
question.
don't quite understand.
Yep. Okay. So there's I was going yesterday. This is the first time they've come back for a little while. So this first one, so they're information reports. So these are the ones pending completion. So 13.8 is still in the system. So they're various stages along. Some of them will have age on them because there's submitter appeals and periods, and one that's possibly coming back to you in August will be the motorsport one. So it's been going through, and SARA and the state. So they're all at various stages. So these are all sitting in the system waiting to be finished or some action to happen from them. 13.9 is the one. So council gets the reports that if there's their impact assessment, if there's submissions, if there would be a recommendation to say no. There's a range of reasons, but particularly the impact reports come back to council for decision, so you all have started to see some of those coming through. The ones that are done under delegation is 13.9, so they're all done. So they've been picked up, and as I said, we haven't done one of these reports. Normally, in normal circumstances, for the ones that are completed, the attachments, and you end up with half a forest. You get the attachments of the report so you can see them. All the ones that are completed are put on the website. So the planning team, and I really appreciate your comments, Mayor, and if I can delegate that down and pass it down, Leo and the planning team, we've been working hard to clear some of the backlog. Now there's still plenty in there to get through, but you'll see that's why. So because it's a catch-up report for 13.9 from November to June, we haven't put the attachments in there, other we just kill you with paper. But all those ones that are complete are also on the council website. So yeah, so the first one, 13.8, you'll have these reports every month, list of correspondence pending completion, so they're the ones yet to be finalised, and then 13.9, or whichever the number, the delegated authority reports are the ones that have been completed that I've signed off on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Potter.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to let you know that you were talking about the Bridget Carroll one, but submissions for that one don't actually close till the 5th of July. So submissions are still open for that one.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Potter. So now are we ready to go to the vote? No more lights on? So it's been moved by Councillor Erkins and seconded by Councillor Potter. So put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Now we're moving on to 13.9 on page 376, Delegated Authority Reports. The recommendation is that the Delegated Authority Report be received. Someone could move that. Councillor Sander, someone to second that. Councillor Height. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Now we're moving on to question on notice, Mergen landfill. So that was one that I actually put on notice, and that the recommendation is that the response to the question regarding Mergen landfill raised by Mayor Duff be received and noted. So I'll move that. Someone to second that. Councillor Sander. Any discussion? I do have some questions, but they are going to be, we've actually got that in our confidential section, so I'll hold off till the confidential section to ask those questions. So put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So we're actually breaking early for lunch. Normally we finish at 1. So we've got someone to move that we break for lunch. Councillor Height. Someone to second that. Councillor Sander. And we can just when we break, we'll celebrate Councillor Sanders' birthday. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you everyone for joining us. I'd like to welcome you all back. We need to open the meeting, so can I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Height. Can we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Little. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so so Councillor Duff is in some more interviews and meetings again, so she's had to step out of the council meeting. But I'd like to welcome everyone back, both in person and online. We're about to go into the confidential section, though. What we do need to do is we need to rightio. So, where's that? I can't find it. This. Okay, so we need to move into the confidential section. So the officer's recommendation that the council considers the confidential reports listed below in a meeting closed to the public in accordance with section 254J of the Local Government Act, 16.1, which is the South Burnett Community Hospital Foundation Limited constitutional amendments. Item number 16.2, which is the South Burnett Community Hospital Foundation Limited Board Meeting Minutes, the 30th of April 2024. Item number 16.3, which is the Waste Strategy and Management Waste Disposal Options. 16.4, Customer Phone Calls, After Hours Call and Lone Worker Monitoring. And 16.5, which is the Coolabunny Clearing Facility and Sale Yard Cattle and Horse Tick Inspection Contract Arrangements. So these matters to be considered in confidential section under 254J of the Local Government Regulation, and the Council is satisfied that discussion of these matters in an open meeting would on balance be contrary to the public interest, as it deals with negotiations relating to commercial matters involving local government for which public discussions are likely to prejudice the interest of local government. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Sanders, second Councillor Deneen. All those in favour of moving to confidential? Thank you very much. Voted unanimously.
Would someone like to move that we move out of closed? Deputy Mayor Potter, someone to second that? Councillor Deneen, all those in favour? Against? Carried. So now the first item on the of confidential was item 16.1, South Bennett Community Hospital Foundation Limited constitutional amendments. So CEO Mark, was that just as presented?
Presented, Mayor, yes, please. And that's the first part of 16.1. There's a second resolution that's 16.1 as well, and they need to be done individually.
So the first part of 16.1, someone to move that? Councillor Little, someone to second that? Councillor Sander. Any discussion? All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to the second part of item 16.1, someone to move that? Councillor Little, someone to second that? Councillor Height. Any discussion? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Item 16.2, South Bennett Community Hospital Limited Board Meeting Minutes, 30th of April 2024. That's on page 47 of the confidential agenda. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Little, seconded Deputy Mayor Potter. Any discussion? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. We just can't see your light. Oh, so... Oh, he just voted... Sorry, so we've got... Okay, so I'll put it to the vote again. So this was the minutes of the meeting. It's the South Bennett Community Hospital Limited Board meeting minutes, 30th of April 2024. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Now, so the next one is that we accept Helen Roth's resignation from the board. Councillor Little has moved that. Seconded Councillor Deneen. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So the next one is that the following nominations submitted to be accepted as new board members of the South Bennett Community Hospital Foundation Limited. So as listed, Dr. Lachlan Boyce, Margie Hams, Matthew Kenny, Nina Temperton, Paul Lorenz Tiersen, and Rowena Dionysius. Any discussion? Councillor Sander.
I just want it noted that I don't agree with the person B on nominations.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. Any other discussion? Are we ready to vote? Oh, so we need someone to move the motion. So Deputy Mayor Potter, Councillor Little has seconded that. So this one is that the following nominations submitted be accepted as new board members of the South Bennett Community Hospital Foundation Limited as listed. Are we ready to vote? All those in favour? Against? Carried. With 5-1. And Councillor Urquhart is not in the room. So it's carried 5 votes to 1, and Councillor Sander has voted against the motion. So the next item is 16.3 on page 91 of the confidential agenda. And that one is that the South Bennett Regional Council resolves to note the content of this report, support operational changes across the waste management landfill portfolio as recommended in this report to assist in transitioning council to compliance with its Environmental Authority EP PR 00445213. And number 3, endorse council officers' ongoing engagement with the Department of Environment, Science and Innovation, DESI, about ongoing compliance issues associated with council's waste management operations. 4, consider allocating a capital project budget of $750,000 in the 2024-25 financial year to urgently undertake the necessary investigations and approval preparation for the expansion of the Kingaroy Waste Operation landfill as the region's future regional landfill facility. And 5, authorise the CEO or delegate to inform DESI of the outcomes of this report to assist with managing ongoing compliance issues associated with Council's waste management operations. Would someone like to move that? Deputy Mayor Potter. Seconded by Councillor Little. Any discussion? Councillor Height.
Could number 4 be, I'm happy to allocate the budget, but change that to be urgently undertake the necessary investigations to find the best solution to our future landfill facility requirements. Not just focus on Kingaroy, it should be looking at all the options.
So,
I'd like to move that as an amendment.
So if the mover and seconder are happy, we can just include it, or we can have it as an amendment.
I would like to get the manager's thoughts on that.
On that wording?
On that wording, please.
Leo, if you could give us those
Because at the moment,
thoughts.
I'm not happy with that change.
I think I understand the councillor's intent. I'm not sure that it's captured in that wording as such. It's quite broad in terms of in our future sort of discussions with the department. We need to sort of be clear as to the direction. I think if no, that's okay. I understand. I'm just looking at the resolution again.
So it's number 4.
I'm-
I'd like to look at all the options to find the best solution, not focus necessarily on Kingaroy being the only solution. Let's consider spending 750,000. We should be exploring all the potential opportunities for our waste, which may include transporting out of the region. Maybe, I just feel we're putting all our eggs in one basket and not considering the other options.
When we were discussing before, we can put it as resolved, all other options include transport options, because we've been through not only this report but others as to looking at the Kingaroy tip, and this isn't it doesn't matter which tip. All our tips have been looked at across the board, and this is where we've come back to on that. So I've actually got a note: RH consider transport options, all transport options. So if rather than playing, and as I said, and on the good book, we'll have a crack at the capital next week again, as far as what goes into the budget. But I'm kind of with Leo as trying to think in my head how you do that wording in that report. But I've got basically resolved as to transport and investigate all transport options, but you were talking about best options, so be it transport versus or operational versus a capital program, basically.
Couldn't you just cut out from undertake the necessary investigation, approval, preparations for the future regional landfill facility as the region's future? So it's just cut out the expansion of Kingaroy Waste and necessary investigations and approval preparation for the region's future regional landfill facilities.
Yeah. Well, that bit I'd probably like to talk about in a workshop, because I just think you're going to spin wheels.
All right.
But yeah, certainly. I mean, it doesn't matter which landfill we build, or if we're going to build a landfill where you put your capital, and I'll throw to Leo too as well. But your choice is really transport it somewhere or build something. In Mark speak. So. The question is in parallel, have a look at the transport options again and see what we can come up as best solution.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anyway, yeah. If that sort of captures.
I think you've got my message.
Councillor Sander.
Can we also add either another point in there or add to one of those about sending delegates down to the Nambour or Bly waste facility where they're currently doing 100% no landfill, and investigate that?
Sorry, I was just I'm just trying to give us more time because I think this is really important and I just wanted to see if we can change that meeting till tomorrow. Oh, we'll just change the meeting because it's just, it's not going to work for us because we want to get this right. I think it's really important. We can't just rush into this. Councillor Hyde's got concerns. Everyone's got concerns. I don't want to not get this right. So I think we need to make sure that we get this right before we decide to go to another meeting.
I agree with you, Mayor Duff, but this is to investigate. So it's not as though this isn't making the decision. This is doing the investigation. So I'm happy because, you know, we do need to deal with this. So I'm happy to investigate it, but I would just like the options to be open in the investigation.
So, but you're not happy with the wording currently?
Well, I just think we've locked ourselves into one option. And as we discussed earlier, looking at the costs, I'd like to look at the different options.
So Deputy Mayor Potter, you're...
So I'm actually not willing to change that wording. I've had a bit of a think about it because of the issues that we've got Desi on our heels with this one. And if you read number 5, we actually have to inform Desi whether we vote for this or not, because that'll probably...
Just, you scroll up so we can read number 5.
Because according to number 5, depending on what we vote here, is actually depends on what the department will...
No, that says the outcome of the report is...
Yeah, we have to inform the department the outcome of this report, which means the outcome of what we tell them, what direction we've told our staff to go as a council. And I'm concerned that if they go back to them and say, well, they've actually changed this, Desi will say, well, actually, I'm not happy with that, here's a fine. And this is what I'm scared of. I'm scared of us as a council getting a fine, because I can tell you now it's going to be a lot more than $750,000 that we're going to have to worry about if we don't do something right now and get this problem sorted.
Leo?
What's your thoughts on that?
Leo's just wanting to...
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to bring to the council's attention that you adopted a waste strategy at the beginning of the year, and I appreciate that was the former council, but that's the current strategy that's in place, and it's quite recent. As part of that strategy under your waste disposal security, which is one of your focus areas, which is identified in the report, one of the actions is completing a feasibility analysis of waste disposal options to determine the best environmental, social and functional options for waste disposal when Kingaroy reaches closure capacity. So I sort of identified Kingaroy, there's issues, but that's quite broad. So I maybe as part of the recommendation, Madam Mayor, perhaps it might be an additional recommendation 6 would be just to investigate transport options as a possible alternative to Kingaroy, or investigate transport options of taking waste out of the region.
We'll investigate the feasibility of transport.
I just think as a separate, it still keeps us on track with the other recommendations. We still need to proceed, but as part of that work, we could just put that to the side as well and be able to bring you back
figures.
The Kingaroy work as well as figures of if you were to transport it outside the region.
I'm happy with
that.
Are you happy with that, Councillor Potter?
Councillor Potter?
Yep,
so,
I'm happy with
Councillor Little, are you happy with that? Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, who are you looking at?
Can you put your light on and say yes, please?
Yes, I'm happy with that.
Thank you. Councillor Sander.
What I said before, Mayor, was can we also add another point in here? Either another point or add to that one about sending delegates down to Nambour, because they're currently doing a 100%, zero landfill strategy.
This one.
So do we want to, CEO Marco, is that, are we happy to, well, I might just ask Councillor Potter and Councillor Little, are you happy if that extra dot point goes in there?
I'm just concerned, it depends on when we ask them to go down there, because we know that at the moment we don't have time for our staff to go down there because they're actually busy working on the strategy and trying to get us compliant. So I don't have an issue with us asking them to go down, but does it actually have to be a council resolution?
So why don't we have that, just debate this one and then we'll have that as a separate resolution. Councillor Little?
Yeah, I'm for trying to get this managed as quickly as possible.
Okay, so we'll just put, after we finish this one, Councillor Sanders, if you'd like to move a separate motion. So is there any more discussion on this one? We've got the new wording, include item point 6, investigate transport options to take waste out of the region. Councillor Potter and Little have both accepted that amendment to be part of the motion. Any other discussion? Are you ready to vote? All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Sander.
I'd just like to move a motion that we send delegates, or South Banner Regional Council send delegates to the new Sunshine Coast. It's at Nambour, the new Sunshine Coast Blyblime. Well, apparently there's a new facility there that there's zero landfill comes out of it once it's finished. So whatever that process is, I'd like to have a look at it somehow.
So we just got to get the wording here. The title. CEO Mark, you need to help me with this here. I don't know what. He's trying to write the word down.
I'd go waste inspection, Lionel, but anyway, yeah, waste.
I just figure if you always do what you always done, we need to start looking at new strategies to try and limit, like Leo said, investigate to try and reduce that.
If we could just get the wording, It's slowly so that they can put it down. That it starts with that we
start looking at
the council.
We're investigating new ways of handling the waste. To reduce current volume or new strategies.
But the council investigate new ways of handling waste to reduce current volumes by
visiting the new plan at Sunshine Coast to see their way of doing it.
New plan at Sunshine Coast to see how it operates. Okay, so Councillor Sanders has moved that one. Would someone like to second that? Councillor Deneen, did you want to speak to that one, Councillor Sander?
I've heard that it's done by incinerating the landfill or some new strategy, and it's working. So I'd just like to have a look at it and see whether it's worth investigating here in this region to reduce our waste.
Thank you. Any other questions or discussions? Everyone happy to vote? Put it to the chamber that council investigate new ways of handling waste to reduce current volumes by visiting the new plant at Sunshine Coast to see how it operates. Does it need to be more specific on who actually visits, or just the council?
We can play with the word, but I was thinking we'd send a deputation to the new plant at Sunshine Coast to view their operations, to inspect their operations, would probably be.
So,
yeah, I was thinking Linnell, so come on.
Because you've got to change that counts. Oh, yeah. To reduce current volumes by setting, yeah, that's good. Okay, so the wording is that council investigate new ways of handling current volumes of waste to reduce the impact on landfills by sending a deputation to the new plant at Sunshine Coast to inspect the operations of the plant. Is everyone happy? So that's Councillor Sander and Councillor Deneen. You're happy with that wording? You ready to vote? All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. So the next item we're going to leave on the table because of time constraints. That is item 16.4. So I move that it lay on the table. Someone to second that? Councillor Height. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Yes. Okay, so the next item is 16.5 on page 110, and that is the Coolabunnya Clearing Facility and Sale Yards Cattle and Horse Tick Inspection Contract Arrangements. The officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council, in accordance with section 235A of the Local Government Regulation 2012, offer a short-term contract as it is satisfied that there is only one supplier who is reasonably available to provide the services. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Sander, seconded Councillor Deneen. Any discussion? All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. That is the closing of the meeting. So thank you everyone for your attendance, and have a good rest of the evening.